Hello again, Dread Mechanic back for part 2 of my Building a Mobile Citadel base, or Walking Citadel, whatever I call this stream. Either way, I'm building a great big robot city thing that can walk around and do stuff. So, yesterday's stream, I was tinkering about. Oh, hang on, let's take our little rover buddy with us. So, in yesterday's stream, I started working on a way to get in and out of this mech. So I started building a little elevator floating platform thing, and by the end of yesterday's stream we had it working pretty well. And I've done a little bit of more tinkering on it before I started this stream, and now we have, hopefully it works, some external buttons to drop the mech down, drop the landing pod thing down. There you go, that lands. I've actually also done the other one. Because now that I've got that one sorted out, it didn't take me very long at all to copy and paste some stuff and make a second pod. Hello, Proto-Eden. This is a slightly different one. Because I've done that one, I was working on a weapon platform thing that was slightly bigger than that. And then I started doing a gigantic one, because I wanted to try out some other ideas. So now I've kind of got 3 walking mech-based things on the go. Some of them working slightly better than others. But I just started this one the other day, and now it's got a set of AI controlled elevators to get in and out of it. Yeah, my internet is having issues again. It was working fine 2 minutes ago, and now... Does that one want to work? How's that one feel? There we go. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Right, I've switched to my other internet connection, and it seems to be going back to normal again. Like I said, I've had a few internet issues recently. I have 2 internet connections, and both of them are shit and don't work very well at the moment, because everyone seems to be doing all of their engineering works at the same time. So hopefully that signal is better and the lag isn't as bad as it was before. The lights on OBS are green now. Yeah, I hope that's better. Everything, all the signal lights on OBS look better than they did 2 minutes ago. And the problem living by the sea, all the internet signals around here are crap. But yeah, back to what I was saying. I have built some access points, so we've got these 2 little lifts that can drop in and out, and they can be recalled and deployed automatically. As you see, it'll float up into place, it'll lock onto this clamp, and I did a bit of tinkering with that to try and make it straighten the mech out, straighten the docking platform out, because the docking platform had an issue where if it landed on wonky ground and then floated back up, it'd float back up and land in a bit of a dodgy angle sometimes. So I've built this little docking clamp thing, and that seems to straighten them out quite nicely now. And you... I'm wondering if I can't retrofit you a little bit so I can have a deployable drone underneath the platform. Just stop for a second. There we go. Yeah, so these things work pretty well now. They've got a pair of GPS recorders in them. And they fly straight up, straight down, lock into place. And I've also tied the doors into the mechanism now, so when it docks and lands in, the doors will close behind it. And because of the little, like, docking clamp thing that I've made, they pretty much line up fairly straight every time now. Because the original design, they kept docking and having the ramp pointing into this wall, or landing and being on a weird angle like that. But now that I've found the right combination of blocks to kind of force it into a straight position, it actually works a bit better now. Not perfect, but definitely straightens up much better than it did. So now that I've got them working, I'm trying to decide what the next step is, because I want to do a similar drop pod kind of thing and have like a couple of mech suit bays, maybe, like here and here, and have something like that. I'd also like to try maybe get one of the RC drones on the bottom of one of these. There's the smaller mech base, the first one, that's got a little connection point for the drones on the bottom of that one's lift. And he's about, if I take those buttons off the top, he's about the right size to fit under there. And we could just make a slightly different version of this little dude. Those buttons don't actually need to be there. So if I took one... Oop, that is entirely the wrong way around. So, let's just workshop some ideas. So, if I turn them back on, let's turn that off. Let's take control of that. Float up a bit. There we go. Yeah, because he's actually not far off the size of that battery in the middle. So we could essentially move a few bits around, maybe. Strange reaction. It's because it's, yeah, I know, it's slightly floated up above this trigger point for those ramps, that's why. And the only problem is I need to figure out where the hell all those batteries are going to go. You know what? I might actually bin that idea off for now and deal with that later. Because there's more interesting things I'd like to do first than just fack around with these landing platforms. Work out how to get a drone onto it later. So that kind of locks in, sort of. Right, so I've also done a bit of internal greebling and working out some of the paths where I'm going to go and walking around, because this thing's going to have quite a few floors. So I'm thinking that one can be access. This floor can be power, obviously, there's a big reactor in the middle of it. And I might make this like the production level as well, stick some factory bits in, like refineries and stuff. Might have 2 refineries, 2 assemblers maybe. And then I've put in the groundwork for some drone pads. Reconfigured them a little bit, but that might be the thing I'll work on next. Pretty much I'm going to have a variation of those solar drones I've already built that can land on here. And when that comes all the way up, the plan is to have the whole thing, where is it, rotate 90 degrees. So then, I've just got myself wedged. Because obviously, these blast doors only actually open 2 blocks. And the solar drone is longer than it is wide. So I was thinking, they could come in, land on this, sort of lengthways that way, and then when it wants to dock, the whole thing can turn 90 degrees. So the drone is then facing this way, and then it drops down. But I've also forgot to change that landing pad, so that's actually going to be that way around. Yeah, so drone will come in, lock down here, it'll turn 90 degrees, and it'll drop back in, kind of thing. I'm planning to have 4 drones like that. So I might do that actually as the next little project. Well, oh, it's not got a location to fly to, so it's just going to do stupid things. Oh, hey, human shores. What's that you're saying? You could run bats under the beams above the seats. Yes. I could potentially do that. There's a whole bunch of places I could stick them. What's that? Thanks for the pointers. Oh, cool. Sound. As long as my explanation helped you, man, that's cool. I feel like I tend to ramble a little bit sometimes when I'm trying to explain things. But yeah, as long as you learn something from it, that's sweet. You know what, let's just disconnect that and take you off there. Let's turn your AI off. There we go. Right. And why are your legs doing stupid things? Thank you. Well, there's obviously some bugs left in those legs that I need to fix. Right, let's fly that over there. Right, so this drone. Wanted to hopefully fit on this landing pad. I'll probably have to retrofit it at least a little bit. Right, your leg's behaving properly this time. Except for a little bit of scrubbing. Oh, I pulled too far forward. Right, so your legs seem to be behaving now. That's fine. Yes, the spread on your legs is a little bit too big, isn't it? I might have to redesign you. Or just design an entirely new drone. Oh, I know what's going on there. That sensor is not set up to detect small bits. That's why it's struggling. Yeah, I think you're going to be slightly too big for what I want to do here. Oh, come on, just get to the fucking thing. Why is that connector not detecting? Going on. Oh, it's miles away, that's why. Oh yeah, the feet will also be getting in the way. There we go, right. So, yeah, those feet are potentially a little bit too big. Yeah, it might be time for a new drone. Might have to design something slightly different. I just want to see if it will fit down that gap before I start redesigning something, because it was enough of a pain in the arse to make a compact drone this small in the first place. Yeah, that's not what I want. Because the thrusters are still on. There's no shear inertia tensor on any of that. Oh my god, settle down. There we go. Right, you all need to settle the smeg down. Yeah, let's turn off the thrusters before I connect that. Yeah, and clang. Always bound to happen sooner or later. You don't build stupid mechs all day long without encountering Clang on a regular basis. Right. That is a slightly better section. Let's turn off these thrusters. Hope we don't just plummet off the side. There we go. Oop. You mean unable to park? No, I was pressing the wrong button, that's why. Right, there we go. That was the sensible thing. I do reckon it's probably time to design a different drone though. Because I think I'm going to have to do too much screwing around to this one. That'll be part of the reason that was shaking around like mad. Like that and like that, it will just... oh no, it won't fit because the side of the solar panels. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's time to do a different drone. Whee! Where's the way into this drone? I may as well just turn him back on and let him do his thing. Main and yes. Solar drone. Beacon 01. That's the one. Oh, hang on. I know what I'm doing wrong. Nope. No, his legs are doing weird stuff again. So I've still not quite perfected him. Smegget, you just go off and do your thing. Yeah, it does look like the solar panels are way too wide. Oh, hello. What's that? I haven't got my glasses on. Sir El Cid, hello. And yes, that did go crazy. That's what happens when you've got broken internet signal like I have. Oh, come on, just one of you internet connections work, please. But yeah, that is what happens when you have too many subgrids attached to each other and thrusters get involved. Right, so give me a second. Right, I think that might be solved again. Getting very tired of these internet connection problems. Right, so I'm going to continue with this. Make that fill that space, but leave just enough of a gap not to clang. So I think that just about be alright. And that piston would need to come up slightly more. 9 might actually be a bit too far. Yeah, 9's a bit too far. Don't want it to come all the way up. So, what's it going to do? It's going to do 8.75. Call it that. My screen's not actually working? Looks like it is. Yeah. Fucking internet connections. Right, so. Yeah, let's call it that. Oh yes. Why are you doing this to me? Right. Alright, we'll leave that at that. Let's try reversing that back down. Put that back up. 8.75. What are you looking like? Oop. Yeah, that looks a bit better. So then we can rotate that like so. And then we'll have a drone land on here. Right, so maybe it's time to design a new drone. So, how should we do it? First things first, let's plonk one of them a little bit closer to the middle. Something like that for now will do, I reckon. Let's also make it a bright colour so I know what to cut off later. Oh, hello, old hide. How you doing, man? Hey, so I need a drone that'll fit on here. I have a decent amount of weapons. Now, the spread on the legs on the other one is a bit much. So, what would we do? First things first, we will build a connector. So we've got something to connect to. And that's what's gonna drop us down onto the platform. And what can we do from there? This one, I don't really want it to connect through the bottom of the gun on a subgrid. I'd like to have a bit more of a solid connection to this platform. And I'm going to put reactors in it as well. I want a bit of ammo storage, so for now we could do something like that, and then I could actually... Actually, I want this thing to be able to draw ammo and fuel, maybe. No, because then I just pull all the uranium and just completely ram the container full of it, so let's not do that. Let's just have a regular connection for now. And a... slap a pair of reactors either side. One moment. What kind of thing can I do? I've got all of this space down here to work with. So I have got between that connector and about there. So I've got 10 or 11 blocks of height worth to play with, if necessary. What kind of stupid idea could I have? Something triangular and pointy and mecha looking, like anime mecha looking, with flappy out foldy bits. Maybe some wings or some weapons that unfold. What could I do? What could I do? Well, for a start, I'm going to need some AI blocks. I'm going to need some ammo storage. Let's just chuck in ammo container for now. Try and figure out a shape. What kind of shape? You know, let's just place some blocks. So, bare minimum, I'm going to need a flight block to move. You need a remote block for remote control purposes. I'll also need a offensive block for targeting things. And a task block for following things. Maybe, you know what? Let's build a weird shape. See what that does first. You often find if you try and fit all the functional blocks in first, you just end up with a brick. If you build an interesting shape first, and then try and fit all your parts in, more like the way they design concept cars and things, then you can end up with something a bit more interesting looking. And then it kind of forces you to get creative about how you're going to pipe things up and how you're going to do stuff. I think this is just getting up being too bloody big. A bit like that. Yeah, I think it might end up being a bit too big like that. Have I got any interesting drone designs? Ooh, actually. Yeah, it's only missing one block. So I've had this design for a while. Oh, but that connects through the top. How big's that? Oh, actually, that'll be too big for the platform, won't it? Yeah, that'll be way too big for that. And it connects the wrong way. Have I got any others? Oh yeah, I've got one with mosquito. Not them. That's the original drone design that I did. Right, actually. Oop, he's going to fall off the side. Might try and do something with that actually. Retrofit that. Pistons are incredibly bouncy if you drop things on them from a great height. Yeah, because that's what I retrofitted the solar drone from, but again, that's got its connector on the top. I've also got my little mosquito thing, but that's, again, got a connector in a weird place. Oh, hello. Hey, Jack. What's that? Shorten the pillars. Yeah, the only problem is you can't really shorten these. I really like these truss blocks. I just wish we had some smaller versions, because the only one we've got on small grid is 5 blocks long. Could shorten it, but I'd also need to completely redesign the weapons. I want it to sit on this platform. Yeah, I don't like that. That's just too many blocks of nothing. The mosquito's cool, but it's quite small and it's kind of set up a bit wonky. Oh, actually, I could try making a bigger version of something like the mosquito, actually. Oh, that's an idea, actually. What if I take something like this, chop the weapon off, take that out, and what's the connection point? Hummingbird. I have made a drone with flappy wings using hinges, and it's cool. It just has a bit of struggle targeting things properly because the flapping of the wings makes the whole grid jiggle up and down, and it kind of messes with its ability to shoot in a straight line. Yeah, because I'm thinking maybe I could take this, or something similar to it. Pop. Where is it? Like that. And then where are we? It's right there next to it. Have connectors like that. And then rather than having feet or any of this stuff, right, what am I gonna do? I was gonna, where are they? Ah, there they are. That way. Instead, that's actually quite skinny, isn't it? I think a slightly different way. Oh yeah, they'd actually need to be way longer. Yeah, that's thing. That's the wrong thing. Ah, whatever, that'll do for now. Because this thing has already got pretty much all the parts in it that it needs to function. As a drone, it's got all of its control and AI and gyro and power contained in this little box. It just needs some kind of thrusters and weapons. And in fact, it only needs down thrusters. So I can rearrange some of this stuff. Take them out there, I'll stick them there. And turn all of those thrusters off. Yeah, sort down. And that is going to come off the top of there. Don't need that anymore. So it's got power, it's got fuel, it's got storage, got batteries, and it's got pretty much everything it needs. Yeah, that's a bit closer. Do you want to stop jiggling? Why are you jiggling? You know what? Stop it. Oh, bloody subgrids. Oh, in fact, I know what it is. It's because there's velocity on there. That's why it's jiggling. It's trying to fight to get into that position. Do this every time, are you? Oh, right, yeah. Let's pop. Yeah, whatever. We'll figure that out later. Right, so. All the bits in there that we need. I want to make something that unfolds a bit. Kind of like you. Well, you guys are a bit small for what I want you to do. I want something slightly bigger. Alright, so what can we do here to get some kind of weapons that fold out? Well, if I put a hinge there, that is probably going to get rather upset. So if I swap, then I can't swap them for them. That needs to be that because that's feeding that. We could always move the two reactors to the front and back, so I'm eventually going to armour them up. Yeah, we can route them that way for now, and then we could place that and that. And have a hinge either side, maybe. Oh, what's that, AJ? Hello. Have I made my daily sacrifice to Clang? Yes, I have actually. I tried clipping on a small drone with thrusters onto a subgrid like this, and it all went mad for a couple of minutes. So yes, I have offered Clang his daily sacrifice. Hopefully he'll leave me alone for the rest of the stream now. Right, so still not massively happy with any of these ideas I've had so far for this one. Yeah, I do like this little drone as well. My only problem with him is he's a little bit compact, a little bit too compact. Oh, he's missing a thruster either side. Why are you missing a oh, did I not build a thruster either side there? Yeah, I really like him too, he's just a little bit too compact, and I want to make something that'll fill out this platform a bit better. Using an older design that I still haven't got around to publishing yet, but I might build a separate little place for some of these guys to live somewhere else. Because I want this big super mech thing to have lots of little bits and pieces, lots of little subgrids that can come off it. Kind of the same way a mother spider carries all of her babies on her back, kind of thing. That'll be that little drone crashing into something. Where'd he gone? No idea where that little drone has gone. Where's my entity list? Oh, there he is. He's managed to get himself wedged in a very silly place. Hello again. Yeah, I'm thinking about trying to make maybe a bigger version of him. Something similar. I think I might actually do something stupid again with subgrid landing legs, but not quite have the things that thing had. Maybe do something a bit different. Because he needs to have a little slightly wider stance. Oh, mirror mode's not on. Let's stick that there. We have a rotor. Yeah, that's the right way around. Either side, like so. Where are they? There they are. And maybe some legs like that. Which could then... Oh, actually, what about... Oh no, that'll absolutely scrub. When that tries to turn, that'll be no good. Yeah, no, we need some better round blocks. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What about actually? And then we could put some plate over the side of that to cover up that hideous gap. Then, what if we stick a small suspension under there? Yeah, I actually kind of like that. Well, what was that? Oh, how does that behave under there? It doesn't seem to scrub on the bottom of that thruster. Okay. Right. I think I've got an idea forming now. Oh, sorry, I didn't see all the messages there. What's that? Definitely compact, but it would be great. Feel and swarm. Yeah, that was the basic idea behind these ones, is to have like little swarms of them. And I think I was originally going to build one to have like a beacon in it to be like the pack leader, and then have all the others following it. Because I've built like 4 of these, 4 different versions. One with the Warfare Gatlings, one with the vanilla Gatlings, one with autocannons, and one with rocket launchers. So the idea behind them was definitely to have like a swarm thing going on, and have lots of little ones in a group working together. Yeah, I think I might do that with the legs on this. And then have not that one. What do we do to hide that horrible gap? The only option, really. Either that or the tiny square. Where's the tiny square? I don't know what that was that exploded. Yeah, I'll just go with that for now. Oh, hello, Britnell. No worries. Not late to the party. I've only been going for an hour. I'll do at least another 2. Yeah, I think that'll do for now. To cover up the hideous gap. Could also probably put a block in there as well. Where's the little square gone again? There it is. One there. One there. What can we stick in there? Can we get anything in there? Yeah, we can. Don't really like that. That looks much nicer. Yeah, we'll have something like that. Let's get rid of those. Right, so what's that? That's at 58, that's a bit much. Let's call its top limit 45, and its lower limit 0, and give it some velocity. Yeah, it's not going to be a line of position. That could even push out all the way as well, so that its stance is a little bit wider. Yeah, really. Cool. Right, so that would be leg rotor front left 0 1. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that doesn't seem to clang. I can't see any sparks or scraping. Cool. Right, so what was that? 0 and 45, so that's going to be minus 45 and 0. Yeah, cool. Right, that'll do for now. So that can be leg rotor, front right 0, 1, and we can copy all that, paste onto the rear left leg, as they will be opposite to each other. That can be rear left. That can be rear right. Right, so when it comes into land, it can land like that. It is decent little height to land just above that connector. Like so. Where is it? There it is. Right, so he will sit nicely on that connector. Theoretically. And then when he flies up into the air, I would like his arms and legs to retract up a little bit. So they're clear of the ground. Then we just need to figure out what we're going to do with weapons. What can we do with weapons? Currently, you've got one turret controller on you. And you've got a beacon in there. You don't need that beacon. That's from an old design. So we can actually take that beacon out of there and give it another turret controller maybe. And it also doesn't need to have that in there, does it? No, it doesn't. That can just be swapped for a straight connection. So there is one less conveyor port in there that it's trying to calculate. Because that is another issue with lag and sim speed in this game. If you have lots and lots of conveyor connections, the game has to calculate all the things that go through it. And if you are using lots and lots and lots of, say, this block, it will do calculations for each port. And if you're not actually using all those ports, it's kind of a waste of sim speed. So I try not to use things with more conveyor connections than I need, unless I have to. Because it just saves on overall lag. Right, so that'll be connected in there. Now, we're going to need to put some more up thrusters on you again. Oh, that'll be an issue. Up thrusters. How are we going to do up thrusters on you? We need to rethink some things. Oh, we could actually probably tuck them under there. Yes, I was thinking of making some kind of like repair drones and drilling drones and things like that. It's why I've been. It's kind of why I've built the whole thing out of like big cube sections. So I've got all of these big empty spaces to work with. So I was thinking about having like a bunch of drone bays for smaller things like him along the tops of these sections maybe. Because I'm definitely going to make some little landing pads for this dude. I'm just trying to figure out what I can do with something around here. I'm starting to think the idea I've got might not even work. I might actually have to drastically redesign this thing a little bit. Because I can potentially get some thrusters under here. But I don't want them close enough to be burning stuff, especially not its own connection point. What if take that off there? How long is that? Oh yeah, I need to put a turret controller in that gap. That's what we were going to do, wasn't it? Which way did we have that one? Facing that way. Where is it? There it is. That way. There we go. Yeah, they sort of are. The cubes. Pretty much, I just tried to. I built the cubes basically just to try and like give it a sort of uniform kind of shape, as if I was building with gigantic blocks, because they're all 5x5 cubes, in the same way that a 5x5 out of small grid cubes makes one large grid block, kind of thing. And then when I started building, I ended up with this kind of shape, with these big gaps in the middle, and I thought it looked cool, so I'm going with that. And doing it like that has actually kind of helped with placement of things. Oh, that's that poor little drone smashing into things again. He's not great at collision avoidance. But yeah, the whole cube thing has kind of helped with designing bits and pieces of this place. Yeah, right, so let's do something really weird. Let's do something really strange. And just do weird stuff. Let's not worry too much. I need quite a few hip thrusters to make this thing move. I had an idea for a weird triangular pointy thing, so I might end up doing it this way instead. So that's about... yeah, it's got plenty of room left. And then I can have flappy out weapon wing things at the side. So let's take some of the ideas I used for the little drone looking thing that I built before, and try and incorporate them into this. And then we could probably do something really weird with the wings. So, what do we do? What can we do? Thrusters, thrusters, thrusters. Yeah. Let's do this on the floor. I know what size and shape I'm roughly going with now. So let's do it down here, where you're not going to clang every time I stick a thruster on there. Yeah, so we could do something like that. Actually, I'll not have mirror mode on for them. Mirror mode does strange things with some blocks. We'll give it. That's got 8 vertical thrusters, which is more or less what the other one had. Yeah, and that can stay like that. That would want another thruster either side in there. Essentially. Or we could do some weird stuff up here. I also want a little bit of greebling on there. Just to make that angle a little bit nicer. I'll find the right way eventually. There we go. And let's turn those thrusters off. So that we can actually see without getting blinded by dust. Oh, what's that great on? Definitely do look like good drone bay pods. Yeah, like I said, I built it all out of giant cubes so that I've got enough space to put most things in. Because the biggest problem I always have building with large grid and doing bases is refineries always catch me out because of the size of them. They're actually really, really big. Like, I'll build something that's like got 3 cubes of space and think, oh, that's enough, and then go, oh crap, actually a refinery is like 5 blocks high. So I made all the rooms, all the blocks 5 by 5 and stuck them together. What are you doing? So I've got room to work, so like each block has got essentially a floor and a ceiling that I can cut out as necessary. So hopefully that'll make building some factory stuff in there a bit easier. So that's the problem I had with this one. I built the shell of this, and then when it came to putting the refinery in place, the refinery came right up to the same level as the deck, which is why it's got this little bump here to hide the refinery. Right, so weird things that we were doing with this design. It's got a bunch of thrusters. Have you? You've not got an antenna anymore, have you? Oh yeah, you have. Checked away underneath. If I run out of power, I'll have run out of power. So, temporarily jump into the cockpit. That little drone is going to smash us to pieces, try and smash himself to pieces any second. And this is the overly complicated cockpit design that I've built for this thing. It's got all sorts of little moving parts and a holographic display. And we can control the whole thing from that seat. Of course, that poor little drone is going to get smacked to pieces. Spawning even small grid blocks, if they so much as slightly touch a large grid block, they make over the top large grid explosion sounds. As you can hear from that poor little drone. Where's he gone? Oh, there he is. Come on. Come on, you can do it. Yeah, I need to bring him down here and turn off his AI control, I think. Let's just change that to go for the main base over there. Protect that. There you go. You're not going to smack into me anymore. Right, weird things with this drone. What other weird things can we do with it? The whole thing I was trying to do in the first place was... Oh. Going on there. You've got AI blocks that are still active, don't you? Or do you? Nope. Where's your remote block? Why can't I control you? Oh, autopilot's on. That's why. What's going on with your gyroscope? Why haven't I got any gyro control? Got the thruster control. Control gyros. Oh, gyroscope's off for some reason. There we go. Right. So that doesn't have enough power to do what it needs to do. Oh, that's because it's missing some uranium. Do I have any? Yes, I do. Stick some of that in there. Those thrusters, those reactors fill up. Right, with those reactors and those batteries, it's got just enough power to move about. Cool. Right. So, you've got a couple of controllers already in you. And you're not going to need both of them anymore, because you don't have that complicated of a control setup. That one gets to be a spare. That hasn't got anything in there anyway. That's... Oh, yeah, actually. It's not going to need the event controllers. Because it's going to be responding to landing on a small grid platform. So it's going to need a sensor. That means I could actually either take them out or use them for something else. Now, whereabouts are they? Tucked away in here. Where did I put them? Oh, it's going to turn them off, that's why. Spare events. Turn them back on. Do I show up so I can cut you out, please? Where are you hiding? God's sake. What's he doing? Go on HUD, please. Where did I put them? Right, fine. Exploratory surgery time. There. Why have you finally shown up on this one, not on that one? Right, so one of them is there. And one of them is underneath. Oh, one of them's behind that relay. Okay. Right, well in that case, we need to swap one of these over to a sensor. And that is going to detect the floor and detect the floor, stations, large grids and small ships. but not players. Yeah, that should be alright. Right, so that gets to be landing sensor. I know, I'll just call it leg hinges, but leg rotors for now. We'll remake the group later. And that there. And then that we need to be able to see. I'm going to cut and paste that again to ensure we can body out the crap on. Oh, there we go. Right, now you're visible. Right, so make that 1 meter either side for now. Two meters out front. Well, what's all that nonsense out? Doesn't need to be there anymore. There we go, that's the one. Right, so landing sensor, when that comes into contact with something, it is gonna, for now, oh yeah. Ah! I can make an on-off switch for it, but first I'm actually going to extend the bottom of that out 1.5. That's about right. Or not 2. Maybe it needs to be 2. Yeah, it looks about right. So that could be that. That can come off. And we can put a light there. Spotlight. You know, I'll just go with that for now. So that can be landing light. Like that. Orange for now, and we'll also make it blink. So then we can take one of those spare event controllers. We'll use that one so we don't have to delete that one later in case. That can be block switched on and off. It can look at the landing light, and when the landing light turns on, get rid of all of this, we can get it to reverse and reverse, and if we reverse them like that for now, so that'll be their landing position with the light on. Take that landing light, turn that on and off. as much as we like. And then, then we can have that sensor trigger that light. So when it detects something, it's on. When it detects something, it's off. Yeah, so I come in, it detects the floor, landing gear kicks in, float away, landing gear retracts. You actually do, making that sensor detect a little bit further down. Oh, that was the wrong one. Do that. Front 3 meters, let's try that. Fiddle about, we can even get the you can get the rotors to move a little bit faster. What's that on? Yeah, let's double it. See what that's like. See if it clangs at double speed. That seems to be fine at double speed. It helps catch it if it suddenly hits the floor. Cool. Right. Groovy. So that works. Oh, let's actually pick him up off the floor to get rid of all that dusting. There we go. That can go. That can go. Right. So, what kind of weird thing do I want to do? I want to have some kind of wings that fold out with weapons on them. What could I do with that idea? Right, I'll play around with that idea in 5 minutes, because I need to go and get myself another cup of tea and quickly visit the bathroom. So I'll come back to fiddling around with that drone in a second. This base is a bit massive. You can see it's considerably larger than the other one, but I'll leave you with that lovely view for 5 minutes and I'll be back in a minute, so don't go anywhere. Right, we are... So, what were we doing? We were messing around with this drone. I wanted to have some kind of folding out wing sort of thing going on. Now what could we do about that? What could we do? Would have that like that. Well, I am considering slightly reconfiguring this thruster setup. A little bit. What do we do with that? What could we do with other thrusters? We've got 3 either side at the moment. Well, yeah, that'll probably cause problems if I try and stick that down there. Let's... I'd like to have this space here for moving stuff. Moving stuff tends not to like having thrusters directly in front of it. If I do something weird, like give you these strange thruster stalk things at the front, I can probably reshape them a bit, do something else with them. Which power drain? 90. Okay, it's not too bad. Let's grab onto you. There we go. Better way of doing it. So, at your maximum, you are currently using 90% power. Might just be able to get away with that. Even fiddle some more stuff around and maybe get some more yeah, we can fiddle some stuff around and get some more reactors in there potentially. Maybe just stick on a couple more batteries if we desperately need extra power. Right, so let's take that out and replace it with one of these god-awful looking things. So we've still got the connection to there. I'm not entirely sure about that one. Top yet. Don't actually think I'm going to need that one. So I might end up making that space more reactors. Potentially. We've got that much storage already. And then I was thinking of having a sorter either side to draw ammunition right into the guns. But then that would mean half the place. Because I want to put the hinge a little bit further out. The hinges aren't fond of having blocks around the sides of them. As long as I don't make the wings too wide. Just have them fall up and out of the way. Yeah, well, they could do that there to get the next point of articulation for the turret. Because these wings are kind of, hopefully, kind of double as a pair of turrets. Have something like that, and then they would on land, they can fold off. Like so. So it'll fit into the shape of the landing bay. In fact, now that we've got some landing controls, let's go and see how well it works on that landing pad. It is actually going to fit. So that's detected that. And now this is going to fly over here. Yeah, and land something like that. That's still well within the confines of that. We've got loads of room there. Cool. So that's bring you up a bit. That connector is a bit strong. Right. So then they could fall down to, we'll call it 0 for now. And they could fall down to 0. That's on that. So that could be 0 as well. Hold on that. Oh, hello, Nom Nom. What's that? Why do you keep seeing the peeps? Peeps? What do you mean? Right. Oh, hey, Dr. Headmonk. How you doing, man? So, need to get some Gatling guns on this thing. Oh, I've seen the same people. Don't know, because I've got a regular audience of a few people. I don't know. Maybe they're all the same people that happen to be on the same time that I'm streaming. But it's nice to see the same faces coming back again. Well, say faces, I mean usernames, but always good to see people coming back regularly. So, right. Guns then. I want to make some kind of winged thing. So that I'm going to need. Yeah, I do stream a lot. And that's mostly because my theory is, if I'm going to be playing the game anyway, I may as well stream it. Because I'd just be sat here doing this anyway. And I've noticed I've gotten quite a few more subscribers and regular viewers through doing the streaming than just posting the odd little 1 minute video of random mech builds every so often. So I find that regular streaming has been a lot more helpful in developing the popularity of the channel, which has been nice. For anyone that gets that Fatro reference. So yeah, if I build something like that as like the main kind of framework for the gun, and I slap a Gatling gun on the end, and that is just about long enough. Let's not go any further than that though. Yeah, alright, let's try that. So, I could have that there, and then I could pipe that up like so. And then we'll end up discovering that I've not got nearly enough upthrust or power. Those new solar panels, like, I do like these new big pointy ones as wings. I think the idea looks really good. And it also gives you a little bit of added bonus power. I think having something like that at the back is like the wing, maybe. And then have the turret controllers just control the rotor and just give them a little bit of like up and down targeting range, targeting movement. Yeah, beep 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 beep. Oh, it's because you're slowly drifting down. Let's bring you back up a bit. Yeah, because now with that one solar panel on there, it's given me a whole extra point of power. Oop, that's a silly place to be. There we go. Yeah, that's going to need some more upthrust. Definitely going to need some more upthrust. Means it's definitely going to need some more power. And I've already rammed you full of reactors, haven't I? I don't want to put too many in there because it just gets silly. You've already got 4 reactors. Then you've got 4 batteries. You know what? Let's just stick. Where are they? Let's stick 2 more little batteries in here. In that gap. And then you've got 2 rows of 3 batteries on top. What's that like for your power? Oh, that's a bit better. Right, yeah, definitely going to have to add more vertical thrust. As he now weighs 20 tons, he's only going to get heavier. Yeah, so... What if we just add on a couple more thrusters underneath here? What's that like now that I've added 4 more? That's going to be a little bit power hungry now, isn't it? Yeah, that's power hungry. Yeah, one of those batteries is off because that's from an older setup. So let's turn that back on as well. That might not need to be. And that's using 95. I could use big thrusters, but the problem with the big thrusters is they are huge. I would have to completely redesign this thing to get one of them on there, and yeah, they're mostly just too big for my purposes at the moment. Do. You know what? I am going to add another solar panel onto the back. So for now, I'm going to build the second arm. Build the solar panel on the back, and that might give us an extra little bit of boost. And then I can rethink some stuff. I might even end up redesigning the entire top of it and squeezing a large battery on the top. Yeah, it's the problem with the... It's just a problem with thrusters in general. Like, you've either got tiny, or you've got massive. Like, it's a problem in a lot of things. Like, again, with, like, ions, you've either got huge, or a reasonable size. And with, again, with containers, you've either got tiny and very useless unless you stick an inventory multiplier on, or you've got, like, way too big. You do have a bit of a middle ground with the small grid containers, but still, the options are way too small or way too big a lot of the time. So what did I do with the conveying on this? It was a straight line and then a 90-degree turn. Like so. And then there was a thrust block on there. And that was going to be there, and then there was going to be another corner there, and then a gun. There's the gun. There it is. Then I was going to do something roughly that kind of shape. Might extend it a bit further to make the front of the guns a bit more triangular. want to start there. And that should... We'll see what angle that ends up being. These blocks never want to play nice, do they? Why? Why is the point that you connect it from there and not the middle? Where's it gone? There it is. There we go. Right, that's what I wanted. Thank you. And then... There they gone. Oh, I went straight past them. I was already on the right page. Something roughly that kind of shape. Thankfully, that's the wrong button. Yeah, what's that like? You are using 94%, but you are not in the red. That's good. Yeah, you have to go pretty far before you start dropping. I'm not going to let your AI tip that far anyway. That's not too bad. Do need to put one down thruster on you though, at least. There you go, and that's exactly why I put them feet there. In case it comes in too heavy. And then that would absolutely need your inertia tensor on to stop the wobbling. There you go, that'll be a bit better. So then let's do these rotors. So no, that's too much. Give it a little bit for now. Don't need it to be insane. Oh, I know what I can use that spare bank controller for as well. I can use that as the automated recharge trigger, because the drones, that one's on the floor. Oh, because they need things changing back. Because these things, when they're set up properly, where's an access point? There it is. There we go. Because these things use beacons and... where is it? That one. They use beacons and relative waypoints to move about and follow stuff, but they've got a controller in them that looks at the battery power of their main battery, and when it drops below 15% it automatically triggers their recall controls. And so he'll fly around and do his thing, and when his battery gets low he will fly back down here, clip back on and recharge. So I can use one of the one of those spare event controllers from here to do the same thing, in theory. So I think actually I might actually try and redesign the top of this. I'm going to take them out. Probably going to plummet to the floor in a second. Yeah. Have that like that. And then I can... Where's it gone? There it is. I could just stick a great big battery on the top of it. So I think that's what I ended up doing with these guys, isn't it? Yeah, I did. I ended up cutting everything out of the top and shoving. Where is it? That was entirely the wrong button. Why did you do that? Oh, in fact, I'll do it on this one because he's fallen over. And I'm not have power and need sorting out anyway. But yeah, he's just got a big battery in there, which... Oh yeah, I made it a block deeper, didn't I? Going on here. Take that back out. Oh yeah, so that's got all of them in there. And then there. You know what, let's just shove a battery on top. We can redesign the top of it. So, if I do that... Oh, I've run out of power. Need to go and get some more. Yeah, I'll stand at this one. That'll do for now. Ooh. Right, so what are you like with one giant battery? Lots and lots and lots of power. Plenty. Or... Oh no, because I need that for the conveying, don't I? Yeah, I can't take that out. That has to stay like that. Bigger is usually better, not gonna gonk. So, you know what? Let's just stick one big battery up there. And then I can just redesign some of the armour, which I'm gonna need to do anyway. I've picked most of the armour off it. And it now operates at 60% power, which means we've got loads of room to add more thrusters if we need to. Battery is currently taking in inputs. I can't really put it below because that's where it's going to connect down to the landing pad. Maybe just a whole row. Like a whole top of it made out of them. It's that like power-wise. No, that's not enough power. And the big battery is way more than we need and a bit oversized. But also, with all those reactors in there, it'll never come back to recharge. I want to get it to try and fly around and recharge and do things. So... bye-bye. You're gonna hit the deck. Boing. I was expecting that. What if I take all the reactors out? And just have batteries. What's that like? Not enough, and 7 minutes of flight time. That's not very good, is it? Yeah, it's gonna have to be the big battery option, I think. Because I just don't think I'm gonna get the value for money that I want from a whole bunch of small batteries. Yeah, because it can just about run on that many batteries for 8 minutes. That is not very good at all. Oh no, I'm all up for suggestion, man. Don't worry about coming off as being bossy or something. Because yeah, I can just fill it with reactors and it can fly all day long. I want it to have the same kind of flight pattern as that, where it needs to come back and recharge every so often. And obviously, filling it with full of small batteries just isn't enough for all of those thrusters and all of that mass. And having 4 reactors and a big battery, it'll just stay up in the air constantly. You'd only need to come back when you needed to refuel. Well, let's just put one big battery on it. Let's see what that is like. That gets not enough power and not very long flight time. What if we do 2 little reactors to just help it along a little bit, but not enough so that it's just constantly being charged. Ah, you've got something there, that's cool. That's why you suddenly kicked in a little bit. Battery. That says 2 hours. What's your battery say? Input do. Yeah. Yeah, maybe balance it a little bit more like that. And those 2 little reactors are eating through uranium though, aren't they? Okay, so I reckon that for now. And I could potentially put 2 more reactors in there. Because that is chewing through that uranium pretty quickly. Seems to have settled down a little bit. Was that just filling the reactors up? Oh, maybe that was just filling those up. Yeah, that seems to have calmed down now. That's... yeah, okay. I think we're going to go with that. I did just try the single battery with the solar panels, and it just about worked, but it only had like 8 minutes of flight time or something, and it was just about running in the red. So I think I'm going to go with that and leave those gaps there for potentially a few more reactors if I need them. Because with its current setup, it burns 80% power at max. So I think I'll leave that like that for the moment. And we'll figure out how to make this look less weird and slightly more cool. Right, first of all, these rotors, I don't want them being able to move too much. I only want them to move a little bit. So, for now, I'm just going to let them move 10 degrees either direction. Because I want the turrets to do a little bit with aiming with wings. But I also want the offensive block on the main grid to do most of the actual aiming. And I don't want the turrets controlling those hinges, because the things will just flap about all over the place then. Those hinges are just there so the wings can fold up when it lands. So that can be -10. That can be 10. So yeah, they'll be able to aim up and down like 10 degrees either side. And hopefully this thing will fit in here. Under there, like that. Just about. Cool. Right. So that's not going to clip on the doors. And we... designed it so it would hopefully fit around here. Onto one of these landing pads. There we go. That connector's grabbed it. So yeah, that will fit in that gap vertically, and that fits inside the footprint of that landing pad just about. Yeah, they're inside it, aren't they? Hard to tell. Yeah, that's inside it by 1 block. So that's good. Be alright. The wings can fold up into that position when they're done. and then it can fold out and tip down when it deploys. And then we need to add a whole bunch of armor and stuff. What is that battery looking like? Fully depleted in 36 minutes. Yeah, so that'll get a decent little flight time before it needs to recharge. And I've got, I think I've got the leeway with the power to add a few more thrusters if need be. I want to try and reposition the forward and reverse thrusters. At least a little bit. Because I'd like to do maybe some kind of armouring that comes down. Yeah, that's not got a connection point there, that's annoying. Put them out. I could, in fact, just extend that a block. Where's the end block? There it is. Where's that one? There it is. Or could I eke out just enough space to not burn? No, that'll definitely touch that one. Oop, that's the wrong place. That might be a bit overkill. I do want to get some kind of triangular shape into the front. How could we do it? We could... Ooh, actually, we tried doing some strange triangular shapes with... armor plating. What can we do with that? Take that off there. And what if I stick... Where is it? Right back on the front of there. Not a bit much. Not that kind of shape. Yeah, let's go with that for now. Yeah, I'll just go with that for now. Because we could. Yeah, because we could take... Where's the thrusters? There they are. Oh yeah, bye-bye. Go on, pull out. Or not. You could actually just completely fill that little space there with some forward thrusters, reverse thrusters, and we do the same at the back here instead. Yeah, do that. That, and that can come off. That way we've got 6 forward, 6 reverse, and then we've got 4 either side for left and right. Oh, that may be a problem. Those guns aiming too far down. Yeah, that's dusting off the side of those guns. Yeah, that's a problem. I may end up just putting them back there again, because that's not going to dust there. The way that pivots, it's never going to go directly in front of it, but 10 degrees literally goes perfectly in front of the thrusters, and it'll do the same with that at the back. Balls. Right. Rethink some of these thrusters then. Yeah. All that is going to do is dust off there. Oh, there's still some on the back. %84 battery when it's maxing out everything. That's not too bad. Cool. And nothing seems to be dusting any subgrids. Maybe even to get the 4 back on there, we can take all them back out, take out, yeah. Take those blocks out, maybe do a pair of 4 either side like that. Is that going to be too close to there? Is that going to dust? Because I hate it when the thrusters burn. Nope, let's get up above the ground. That seems to be alright. Yeah, that seems to be okay. Oh, sorry, Dr. Headmonk, I didn't see your message saying you were going like 5 minutes ago. Damn. Oh, cheers, man. See you later, dude. Completely lost in trying to get this thing to not smoke and do weird things. Right. Okay. That's a little bit weird, and I'm not too keen on it, but we can still change things. Right, let's do something with these wings and make them look a bit more interesting. There we are. Alright, so they're not going to quite line up perfectly in that position. Oh, I don't know. Oh yeah, they're off by a little bit. You know what, I'm going to leave that shape because I quite like it. So let's do a similar thing over here. So that's some kind of shape for that. What do we do there? Try and even out the back of this thing. Once we start putting blocks in place, I can figure out what actually looks good and what looks a bit naff. And what needs changing, because all of these blocks here do actually need to come out. They need completely redesigning. So what did we do there over that side? We used something like that to begin with. And then let's finish that off either side. Oop, I think. Oh yeah, we changed that, didn't we? As we change that to that, and where is it? End block, there it is. And something like that, didn't we? Oop. Yes. Now. Yeah, what else could we do to cover this all up? Make it look a bit more interesting. What did we do with the solar drone that was over here? You back on your recharge cycle. I want to try and keep the round-ish sort of vibe of the middle of it. And I'll cut too many bits off. Not going to keep that vibe, is it? Oh, wrong colour. Let's go with grey for the armour blocks. Where's that one? And then under there, we could use... Where is it? That's the one. Stick that in there either side. So that'll help with its roundish sort of profile a little bit. Where's the weird shape? There it is. Maybe. If change that. That outside. Or what does one of them look like? That's the one. Nope, that's not the one. Nah. No, that's entirely the wrong shape. You go on a bit of a wonky angle there. There we go. Well, you've got plenty of gyro ability. That's good. Oh yeah, you know what, I might even do what I did with the other drone. And have the double layer just to even it out a bit and make it match. Where are you? Oh, I've got the wrong one. Was I? Oh, no, being a fool. I did those on the wings the other way. I can't have a double layer. Yeah, I can't do that. I did those wings slightly differently, so that's going to have to be like that. What could we do? What could we do? What could we do to make it not look poo? Let's play with some more armor block shapes. Have a square there, and we bring that down there, and then we could have maybe a bunch of square plates covering that a little bit. Something a little bit like that. We can mirror it on the bottom. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I like that. Right, one of them. One of them. Where's the square block gone? There it is. Where did they go? Is that where I did it? Which way did I do it? I did it that way, didn't I? Yeah, okay, right, let's do this one a bit easier and put mirror mode on there. And where's the square block gone once again? There it is. Where have you gone, you silly triangle pieces? There you are. Nope, it's the other ones. That's the one. And... nope, and over he goes. Yeah. There we go. Oh. I have once again run out of power. There we go, charge back up. Wait for my batteries to recharge. No, that'll do. You know what, let's clean up. Yeah, that'll do for now. Right. 99% power. Oh, is your battery finally drained out? Heavy overload. Current input. None. Nice, heavy. Oop. Yeah. What's going on with that battery? Is it drained out? Oh, still, yeah, it's drained out completely. That's why. Yeah, the battery's gone flat. In that case, let's put your battery Recharge. Input still 0. Oh, it's because the thrusters are still burning power, isn't it? Turn all of them off. Right, battery's now taking charge again. Yeah, so maybe let's put those other little reactors back in there. There you go, they're filling up. Right, that's actually charging a bit now. Be back on auto. And your thrusters back on. Okay, right. That's a little bit better. You are actually flying now. And what's that battery doing? Right, so that moves and that flies. That does things okay. He is going to need at least one vertical thruster. Down thruster. Otherwise his AI will have a hissy fit later. That camera's a bit of a bad place to have that now, isn't it? Is there a better place that we could put a camera instead of having it tucked all the way down here where we can't see it? You know what? Even redo these front thrusters again for the millionth time. If we could take that camera out of there. One, two, three, four there. Let's put some of them there. And then we could have the camera up here instead, where it is a bit more able to actually see things. We can have something like that. Something like that for a front camera. And we can actually see what we're doing. that down there. Could potentially have a beacon or something on the back. What else can we do? Yeah, we can armour up that now, can't we? Or, where is it? Yeah, have that like that either side. That looks quite nice. That like that. That like that. That like that. That's a... Oh, I think that's a decent little bit of armour around the side of it. Pretty weird looking, but that's kind of what I'm going for with this build and with everything in this stream. Take that off. Right way around. There we go. That covers the horrible conveyor port. Cool. Oop. That was a shot. Right. Right. I'll probably go a little bit longer on this stream tonight than I usually would, so I'm just going to have another quick 5-minute break. I'll probably go for another hour or so. So don't go anywhere, because this guy, I reckon, is in pretty decent state to try and figure out how I'm going to get him to land and connect to all that stuff up there. Hopefully without him clanging and exploding, so don't go anywhere. I will be back in 5 minutes. Right, back again. So, you, if you'd been wiggling the whole time, 6 inches above the ground. There we go. Right, let's give you a name. I'm calling you a wing drone for now. So, you are in a pretty decent, flyable state. Still debating whether I need all of those reactors. I still might take some out, because I think I'm going to need some space. Oh, hey, great. Great, no. Cheers, man. And I might actually end up readjusting some of those forward and reverse thrusters so I can squeeze in some more blocks. Because, what's this got AI-wise? We've only got... Ah, right. So to get this thing to do some of the stuff I want it to do, I'm going to need at least one GPS recorder block. Because I'm going to have the guard block set to a beacon that's going to end up being on the big mech somewhere, which I've not built yet. But then for it to land, using the relative waypoints that I've actually been having better success with recently, he's going to need at least one GPS recorder block. I've potentially got quite a bit of space here to move these thrusters forward. So rather than try and cut out those reactors I've tucked in there, still think I'm going to need them. You know what, actually, I am going to cut them out. Because otherwise, he will never come back and recharge. So, what block did I got in there then? That's spare that. Oh, that needs to be. Landing legs, because that was... Was it that one? Was it that one? Oh no, it was that one, wasn't it? Yeah. So that's what's doing the landing legs. Named the wrong one, the wrong thing. Put that out. That can go in there. That can be the spare. In fact, that is going to end up being the battery low controller. We haven't got another one there, have we? No, because that's when the battery gets too low. Less than 15, like the other one. Like the other drone. That will then engage the... Yeah, you can see the battery ticking down there slowly. Even with those thrusters. Without those two reactors, you use 88% power. That should be alright. So let's land you and turn all that off. What are we going to call this? Wing drone. Call it that. No, ingrown 0, 1. Get rid of all of that. And I'll just quickly name all of the thrusters and then make a little group for it, and then we can turn that on and off when we need to. That'll make life a lot easier. Actually, before we go too far, it's going to need to be 01A, because I'm going to make a couple of different variants of it. So I'll have a Model A, a Model B, at least. So once I've got this one sorted, I'll make an autocannon version, and that can be Model B. We'll have the Gatling version of Model A. Because I've pre-built 4 landing pads that should be the right size for this thing to land and dock and do all that kind of stuff. And that's all of them. Cool. Let's select the whole lot. Thrusters. Cool. So now we've got one group to turn all of that stuff on and off. Groovy. Take that. That can be the front thruster. Right, so we need to start setting more stuff up. So we've got guard, movement, offense, control relay. That is turret L01. One gyro's been off for now, so that's going to stay like that. That can be that. Rear left. That one will be front right, and that one can be rear right. And this stuff can also all get turned off. We don't need that, we don't need that, we don't need that, we don't need that. We'll put strength on max. In fact, we'll put strength on 50%, so it's got a little bit of give, so it can just completely bounce. Don't need any of that. That can be set on that, and the whole thing can get turned off because it uses 8 kilowatts of power just being on. And we don't actually need them to be on, so that'll save a little bit of power. We'll make a little group for that. So we've got Gatling gun. That is our left-hand Gatling gun. That's our right-hand Gatling gun. That's our main battery. That's the left-hand reactor. And that's the right-hand reactor. Oh yeah. I want to have... I'm trying to do this vanilla without script. Because the way I like to set up the weapon controls and things, everything's going to be turned off, and the guns don't pull ammo when they're turned off. I don't like having active guns sitting on a landing pad. So, I need some sorters to pull ammo into the guns. But I can also replace some of these conveyor connections with ammo containers, small ones. And have at least one in either side, and potentially cram some more in later, and then that way the conveyors will pull into there, fill that up, and then fill the gun up every time it lands back at the base. And when they fill up, that won't be able to pull anymore, and that'll fill up, and that'll act as a bit of extra storage. And yeah, hopefully it won't just leave the connector full of ammunition, but we'll see what happens with that. What the hell was that sound? That was actually locking onto there and being all dramatic about it. Fine. So we can have ammo sorter. R01. And R01, and they'll just be set to just pull Gatling ammo. Got some ammo storage either side. Solar panels, may as well name them. They are a bit helpful, but they are mostly just for looks. Right, so I need to get some task blocks in here. Recorder block, at least one somewhere. I think there's a lovely space there. I might put it there and then try and work around it. So I need a recorder block. Oh yeah, it works like that, doesn't it? Yeah, that's the low battery one. Oh, yeah, fine. Yeah, let's just put it there. Not really going to get it anywhere else. So, recorder block. You can go there. We will reble around you. In fact, I might even bring those two thrusters forward. In fact, I might bring the whole row forward. There. Ah, there you go. It was the wrong way around. Oh yeah, and I've got that space in there as well. So if I do something like that, either side there, that gives me a bit more space in the back for more control blocks. I've still got 6 forward and 6 reverse. Yeah, cool. And I could even do the same thing up here to balance it out a bit. That doesn't spoil it too much. Still got the same amount of thruster output. Because I'm probably going to need a couple of timers as well to do some stuff. In fact, I'll almost certainly need some timers to do some stuff. Right. Right, cool. Okay. And for now, while we are trying to figure stuff out, we will just put some temporary, really obvious reactors on the back. Because I had to fill those other drones full of reactors while I was figuring out how to get them to fly properly. Right, so if I turn you and your thrusters back on. Oh yeah, I'm going to need to rename the ones that I deleted and replaced. Add them back into the group. Right, thrusters. There we go. Yeah, sometimes with Space Engineers, when you delete and replace thrusters, you'll notice your power level in the corner will be a bit buggy and a bit weird. What I usually do is just copy and paste it back in, and it's usually fine, but copying and pasting a grid back into the game does come with some side effects depending on what you've set up. Right, so that can land. That's using 74 with those extra reactors on, so that ain't gonna run out of power anytime soon. Cool. So, to even begin to get this dude to do half the things I want it to do, first things first. We'll block there. And we'll put... where are they? Pillar block. And then we'll slap a beacon on top of there for now. Doesn't have to stay there. Just need something to play with. Base 03. It's a beacon in big capital letters so we can spot it easier. Right, So let's have a little play and see if your AI wants to behave. Oh, that's the point. I haven't set up any of the gun stuff though, have I? Let's do that first. Before we go too far. So we can have a camera gun and a camera gun. Left-hand camera. And right-hand camera. Right. Oh yeah, there was also a turret controller that I also needed to rename. So that's the left one. That's going to be the right one. Did I name the rotors? I don't think I did I? No, I didn't. So that can be turret rotor left, turret rotor right, so then that will just be elevation, left rotor, left camera, left gun, and that needs to be the other way around. Did you do elevation? Make that 10. Make the azimuth 0 because it doesn't need to be anything. Right turrets. Right on, did I just set up the wrong thing? I did just set up the wrong thing. Idiot. Left. Oh no. None. Left. 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 Turn that off for now. Yeah, I did choose the wrong thing. That's the right hand one. Right, will you let me control you this time? Why won't you let me control it? That's why, because I turned it off. There we go. Control. That's the wrong way around. Elevation -10, which would mean that one would want to be 10 and 0, hopefully. Up, down. Yeah, that's the right one. And it's going over. Right, there we go, we'll level him off a bit. Right, units. Control units. AI on. Let's turn all of that off. There we go. And he's looking at me. And yeah, it'll end up being all sorts of stuff in the end. Turn friendly targeting off. There we go. Cool. Right, the turrets move and do things. Ah, right. Actually, I've just had another idea. Because I was working on a way working on a way to have an AI defense block attached on a subgrid so that it could turn things on and off for the mech controls. Because otherwise I've got no way of making these wings reset to a sensible position when it stops targeting an enemy. So where could I put that subgrid? Could potentially put it away at the back. And put a little bit of armour around it to hide it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Great null, hiding it at the back. If I have that there, I can then pop the defensive block on there. And I could probably mask it a little bit by... actually, I might put it that way. I might keep that colour down the centre at the back. So yeah, I could stick it there. And then I could... Oops. And he's going over because I keep adding grids, and he's gonna keep shifting his weight. Come on, just land. Just land. We'll do this on the floor. There you go. Or maybe use an armor block. Maybe just something like that. And I could just use some armor plates on the side and just cover the whole thing up a little bit, so it's less obvious. In fact, take that colour, do that on the sides. or something like that, and then that's kind of covered up. And we've even got the potential to bring that in a bit. Let's make that 0. Then we should be able to pop that in there without it clanging too much. And that bit covered up there. That's not too bad, and that's not too obvious or noticeable. So then that AI block will look the bad guys, and then that is going to turn on and off the controls for the guns, and that is going to reset everything and deploy it. So let's take control of him. Let's get him back to a level position. Let's just turn all that off now. So this is where some of that room that I've left in here is going to come in handy. I'm going to start sticking some timers in here. I'll do them like that for now. So that timer can be weapons on. That timer can be weapons off. Oop. And oh, what doing? Readily accessible control panel right there. So that AI defensive unit. Hello, Major. Ah, cheers, man. Yeah, I wasn't quite sure what to do at the beginning, but I'm kind of getting there. This one. I just started just throwing random ideas at it until stuff started working and kind of come together a little bit. So this, when it detects enemies, which you won't find right now, it won't need any of that crap, so we'll turn all that off. It's never going to flee. All it's going to do is when it detects an enemy in the first slot, it is going to turn on the weapons, and when it stops detecting an enemy, it is going to turn off the weapons. Oh, no worries, man. No worries. The night is young, it's only about 9 o'clock where I am, so I might do another hour or so. So there's plenty more progress to go yet. So, weapons. Weapons on and off timers. When the weapons turn on, I want it to turn on the AI for the 2 turrets. And then I want it to turn on... yeah, we need to put some lights on this bad boy. Because there's the cameras. That's the actions. We need some lights to go with it. And I would like some lights on the front of the gun. Well, on the gun somewhere. Pointing out towards the enemy. Oh, that's an idea. I could... don't need to really reach that far. I just like the aesthetic of having lights on it. So we could put that there, and for a start we could make it... oh, it is the right colour. In the shadows it's hard to tell. Put that there, and then have one of the little spots on there. And on there. Cool. That we will call Gatling Spotlight L01. And just for a bit of a change, we'll make these lights bright red, so that when it's actually targeting something we will know, because there will be a big scary red light coming out of it. So I'll have that there, we'll have that there, that can be R01. Cool, I'll leave that like that for a moment. So, weapons on and off controller. So when the weapons turn on, we will have our AI turn on, and then we will have our lights, our cameras, and our action turn on. And that's about it for that. So, what's that, Ada? Yeah. I mean, I can't disagree. I'd like it if more people did watch. But to be honest, what I'm doing here is such a weird, obscure thing, and Space Engineers is already a weird, obscure game that I'm not surprised. I mean, I'm glad I get the viewers that I do, and I appreciate everyone that does take the time to watch, but I think building mechs is a very niche thing within an already very niche game, so that might be a bit of a problem. Funnily enough, I did have a person drop into a stream when I very first started and left a message saying, dude, you should play something like Resident Evil or Call of Duty or something, you'll get more views. And I was like, that's not really why I'm here doing this stuff. It's a Space Engineers channel. If I wanted to get 1 million views, I'd play something that was popular. But I don't care about that. What I do care about is building robots, because it's more fun. So, right, when the weapons turn off, the first thing we all want to happen is for this AI to turn back off again. Because once that is switched off, we can tell the rotors to go back into the position we want them to be. Oh, actually, we also need to add the defensive block controls into that, I think. Yeah. Because we don't want that on all the time. And there's no automated way for that to turn off without using the subgrid thing we're doing here. So we will have that activate the AI for the offensive block when it detects a bad guy, and when it stops detecting a bad guy. We will add that in here, so that turns off all the combat AI before we do anything else. And there might be a few more things to put in there, so I'll leave that page blank. Then we can do our lights, cameras, and action again. Turn off all the guns, turn all that stuff off. And then once all of that is deactivated, we can play with these turret rotors and make them go back to a tipping down kind of position. So once the AI has been disabled, it'll stop trying to play with these rotors, because if we try to do these actions with the rotors before these actions with the AI, it wouldn't work, because the AI would be taking priority over the rotors. rather than these commands. So we turn the AI off first, and then we can reset that. And I'm not sure which way is which for now, so I'll just... So if I trigger that, there you go, I tip the wing backwards, so I want that to be decrease. If I trigger it again, there you go, that wing tips forward. So we'll reset the velocity on that, because sometimes if you turn a rotor off, if you turn a turret controller block off while it's in the middle of moving, and it's applying RPM to a rotor, it'll continue to just keep applying RPM to that rotor, and it'll just spin or move on its own. So you need to reset the velocity first, and then that one, which is the opposite side. Yeah, man, I thought I'd just do a bit of vanilla stuff for a while, because, like I said, I was a console player myself years ago. That's how I first got into Space Engineers, was on my old Xbox One. So I really do understand the frustrations of some players not being able to access certain mods and scripts and stuff like that. And again, like I've said, since we've got these event controllers, you can do quite a lot of stuff that scripts do with event controllers if you just have a bit of a think about it. Because a lot of the script commands is just logic, ifs and buts and ands kind of commands, and you can do lots of different kinds of if commands with event blocks if you set the parameters up right. So that should reset both wings. There we go. Right, that's reset. So that's triggered that. That's all off. If we trigger that one, it will turn everything on. And if we trigger that one again, it turns... Where's it all gone? It turns everything off. Right, cool, so your AI block is sat there doing its thing. You might try and get involved in a minute. But if I take that and just make it a... Oh, I run out of power again. I have. Right, back to the control seat. Charge back up again. I'm going to sit in my fancy control seat. Yeah, most of the vanilla display scripts work pretty well, even if you stick them on subgrids. The hydrogen, I don't think, will read properly. I think the power output on that works properly. The speed works fine, and the HUD works fine. Unfortunately, the targeting details script doesn't work on anything that's not directly connected to a control seat, which is a bit of a nuisance. But I could, in fact, just change the control seat one to the targeting information. For now, whilst we wait for myself to charge up. Oh, cheers, AJ. Yeah, I thought I'd well, if you've seen any of the stream of the other mobile base I built when I was doing the drill control seats, I ended up doing a hanging from the ceiling type thing for those control seats, and I thought I would try and do a similar thing, because all I need to actually make the mech walk around and move is a couple of thrusters attached to whatever grid the control seat's on. So I thought I'd do that with this. So there's a rotor and a piston to spin it round, and there's some rotors and things to move that about. And it's got a sensor on the bottom to drop it down from the ceiling when you get close enough. And there's an event controller in the supercomputer that makes it spin round when you get into it. Right, yeah. Let that drop down, jump in. There you go. Proper view of it, moving in. Yeah, and that just sits there, and then I can make the mech move from that with the thrusters. And that way, only this seat has any control over the mech's manual controls. Because if I put multiple control seats and did all of the thruster stuff off the main grid, you could use it from anywhere, and I want this one to only be controllable from that one seat. What's that? You're not really a fan of interior thrusters. Neither am I personally, but since I figured out you can use thrusters to control event blocks, I've been slightly more accommodating of the idea. Like on most of my other mechs, I'll just have them equipped like on the outside of the actual main body of the mech somewhere, but I thought I'd try and do something a bit different with that. Right, so the whole point of going to recharge was to take this drone and make him a bad guy. There you go. There you go. His AI has kicked in because he's detected that thing as a baddie. And then if we delete him, there you go. It is automatically reset and everything is turned back off again. Spawn bad guy back in, give it 5 seconds. There you go, well, not even that. Yeah, everything's on, it's trying to target. Delete that, everything's turned off. And you've gotten all excited. Settle down. I don't know what crashing sound was. That might have been you, your AI, getting a bit excited, mightn't it? In fact, you can go because you are completely obsolete by now. Yeah, I'm not a fan of using interior thrusters for actual thrust, not where they're in the way of actual people getting burnt by them, but Atmo thrusters, ion thrusters in Earth atmosphere don't go above like 20% output, and you can barely even see the difference visually when they're actually active. But they output just enough power to be able to use them for event controllers, so I've been using them, because if I'd used the small fan thrusters on that, the output of them would probably actually make that whole grid shake about, whereas using the ions, they don't generate enough thrust to actually move anything in Earth atmosphere, but they do produce just enough power to register stuff. Right, so those AI controls pretty much work. And he's got his little tail on the back for doing the AI defensive stuff. And so his AI defensive block is turned on and off. Right. Okie doke. Right, so let's try and settle some of this. So you are going to follow that beacon. You are going to follow it for now at a range of 200 meters, because I want you to give it a little bit of room. I am going to turn them all on. They can all get turned on and off with the control system settings that I'm going to set up eventually. So you can follow your target. That is going to get turned on and off by the defensive block, so that can stay like it is. Put that on, put that on. There you go. He's raring to go. Can't wait to go for it. Minimum altitude. Let's leave it like that. What's that saying, Great Null? What should you make mechs and others make spaceships? Makes you want to get good at the game and try hand at ship from the anime Crest of the Stars. I don't think I'm familiar with Crest of the Stars. I'll have to have a look for that later. Yeah, when it comes to building stuff and shaping stuff, it's just practice, man. Just getting used to how all the different blocks can interlock with each other and how you can get the shapes that you're after. Right, he can't wait to go, so let's turn his thrusters back on and see. Ooh, he goes. But yeah, making like replica stuff, it's just a bit of practice, man. Just takes a while. Wow, it's not going to let me spawn any of these in. There's loads of these are missing bits. Or, there's not, there's going to be missing mods. Let me paste that in. No, because I'm missing loads of mods. I don't know how well you can see all that on the screen. But like, these are some of my older Tachikoma designs from like 3 or 4 years ago. And as they've progressed, I've figured out better ways of doing things, and they've started to look a little bit better over time. And then I found a nice round mod block for some of the eyes, and then that's like my last batch of Tachikomas that I published a few months ago. It just takes time and practice, man. Just getting used to, like I said, how everything interlocks. And don't be too disheartened if the first time you try and design something it doesn't quite work out the way you were expecting or the way you were planning. It's taken me multiple attempts sometimes to get one idea to work properly or get the shape of something right. Yeah, right. So his AI blocks work and he is quite happy floating around and doing this kind of stuff. Failing is part of the process, absolutely. If you don't fail, you don't work out what you've done wrong. And a lot of the times the best way to learn something is from your mistakes. If you get something wrong, well, you know not to do that thing next time, and that narrows down what the correct way of doing something might actually be. And I've made lots of mistakes in this game over the years, trying to get things to work. One of the biggest mistakes I made was trying to build mechs with damage turned on. With all the clang that goes on, the last thing you want to do when you're doing complicated subgrid stuff like that is, like this, is build it with damage switched on, because if it explodes, and all of your hard work is gone forever. Oh yeah, if you get everything right the first time, then you will just assume that you know everything, and will just be like, aha, that worked last time, it'll work this the next time, and then you get around to doing something the next time, and you think it's going to work the exact same way, and it turns out it doesn't, because there's some kind of variable from the last time you tried it that you're not taking into account now. And that has happened to me plenty of times. Right, so your AI block, you're pretty good at flying around. Let's take control of you again. Is there something still active? Yeah, because that's still active. Someone else is using this ship. No one else is using that ship. It's my ship. There we go. Someone else is using this ship. What's that you're saying, Great Noel? Got the game about a year ago. Barely had the time and energy to play. Well, don't worry about that, man. I go through phases of playing games and not playing games. All the time, and Space Engineers, it's like any building block game really. It's just take your time with it and play at your own pace and you'll start learning things. Because everyone has got different ways of doing stuff. Like, I think when it comes to the mech building community in Space Engineers, I'm the weirdo that does everything strange. Because everyone I speak to generally does a lot of script-related stuff, and I'm not really that script-savvy. I do things the strange way and overcomplicate things for myself. Because there's a lot of script out there that can do the things I do with event controllers really easily, but half the fun of it for me is working out how to do this stuff the vanilla way. Right, so when that comes into land, I also want it to turn on and off. I want it to fold the wings up when it lands. So what was I doing with that sensor? That sensor was triggering that light, wasn't it? And that light was being controlled, or was controlling this event block. And when that triggers, it retracts the legs. AWS. Yes, that's a popular one that a lot of people I know use quite often. That and the Advanced Walker script and a few other things. Like I said, I've used all those things myself in the past. And that's where I got half the ideas for all of this vanilla stuff from. A lot of the mech control, like movement and turning stuff that I've been fiddling about with for the last few months, all of that is like more or less directly trying to replicate what the Advanced Walker script does, but in a vanilla way. Yeah, it is. It is good for critical thinking and problem solving, I think. And because I'm such a autistic, ADD kind of weirdo, I like creating problems for myself that I then have to solve. Like a lot of playing Space Engineers for me is actually just solving problems. I like trying to figure out how to do weird stuff, and that's where I get most of the fun of this game for me. Like, I know a lot of people play it like a survival game or like a big multiplayer MMO type thing with all the servers. For me, it's mostly about just coming up with a stupid idea and then trying to figure out how I can do it. Hence why I've got this weird little anime TIE fighter looking thing and a giant mech walker that looks like a boat. And all the other stupid stuff. Right, so when that sensor triggers, I want the wing hinges to fold up and out of the way, and I want the turret controllers themselves to turn off so it can't accidentally activate its weapon systems. Oh yeah, that's what appeals to me about this game myself, is building things. I like block building and crafting games, and this one, as simplistic as it looks in lots of ways, with just all the big angular polygon shapes, it's got one of the best like building systems in a lot of most games I've played. I like the fact it's actually got a physics engine in it as well that incorporates like gravity and velocity and angle and momentum and all that kind of stuff. There's not many other games that do that, really. Right, so when that drops in, I want it to... You know what? We've got some space left in this thing, haven't we? We've got plenty of holes. So we can have a weapons on and off, and we will have another pair of timers up here. A, to help balance the mass of the mech, and B, so we've got a landing and a launching timer. So we can have well, landing control for now, launch control, give them better names later on. And that way we can better distinguish the actions that it performs when it comes into land. So, rather than that, just doing that with the rotors and the legs, we can have it trigger these two timers instead. And to make a nice little on-off switch, we will have... which way around do I want it? When it comes into land, it needs to trigger launch. Nope. Wrong button. Where are we? There we go. So we want it to... land rather. That would be on. That would be on. That would trigger. That would trigger. And then we'd want launch control to stop, land to stop, launch off, land off. And that way, where are we? We can control that. Right, there we go, back in control. So, stick those timers on the toolbar so you can see what's happening. So when that comes down and detects that, it will turn on the landing timer and trigger it. And when it stops detecting, it will switch them around and trigger them the other way around. So now, with those two control timers, we can stick a whole bunch of actions to do stuff. No worries, man. See you in 20 minutes. I'll probably still be here. not got any other plans for the evening. Might even end up doing another 5-hour stream, who knows. My internet seems to have sorted itself out, touch wood. Right, so when it comes into land, we first of all want those leg rotors. Now we've got like 99 slots to play with. We can be a bit more precise with what we're doing. So when it comes into land, we will reset the velocity on each leg. And what do we have? We had it set to 12. So when it comes in, it will, what we do in there, that one will need to decrease, increase, decrease, increase, and then we can copy that again, because that will do 6 RPM. We do the same action again, it'll add another 6 to make it 12 RPM. So another decrease, increase, decrease, increase. So if I come into land now, if I've actually set that up correctly, it should deploy the legs. There we go. And when we fly back up, we want it to do the opposite. And I need to figure out a way of making that platform slightly less wobbly. Right, we'll work that out in a bit. So, with the launch timer, we can do the opposite of that. Leg rotors. Reset all the velocities again. And this time we'll do the opposite, so we need to increase, and then decrease, and then increase, and then decrease, and then we'll duplicate that on this page. And that way, we more specifically make the legs... Oh, I've got something backwards there, haven't I? Have indeed. Oh, I've got some of the rear legs backwards, apparently. Landing control. What did we smeg up there? Oh. Really? You're clipping a bit now if you go too high. Okay. Let's do that instead. I must have set something up wrong. Or not been thinking about it properly, so landing control, what do we actually want that to be then? Oh, right. Right, okay, yeah. I wasn't thinking about it properly. That and that want to be that way around. That and that want to be that way around. Yeah. Yeah, right. Launch. I need to change 2 of them then. So that needs to be minus, and that needs to be plus, and that needs to be minus, and that needs to be plus. So we come into land, then we lift off. There we go. That's cool. That's the legs. Right, so I want the wings to fold in as well and deploy as it comes into land. So, landing controls. That's the legs. I'll do another page for the wings. I never got around to naming them, did I? Let's have a look at those hinges then. Where are they? Oh, that wing hinge. L01. Oh, that one. R01. I want them to fold up and down, like so, when it comes into land. So, landing control. Wing hinges. Once again, we will reset the velocity on these so we can get exactly the movement we want. And we only need it to move 6 RPM, so we only need to do 2. So that can just stay like that. And then launch, hopefully, if I haven't got this completely wrong like I did with the other one. Oh, actually, let's stick those commands into that gap because that fits nicely. Reset, reset, increase, increase. So it'll fold out like that when it takes off. We stick them in that gap instead. Reset, reset, decrease, and decrease. So hopefully when I come into land, the wings will fold up. When we take off, the wings will deploy. But I also want the front of the wings at the front to tilt forward. So when it comes down like that, I want these rotors to fold in like so. So, to landing controls. And that would be the turret rotors. Oh yes, and that's the other thing. When this comes into land, I want these to turn off completely so that even if it's attached to the base and an enemy appears, the guns don't start just wildly firing while it's locked down. So they can turn off, and then we can, just in case, reset the velocity on both the rotors, and then we can increase that one, decrease that one, and so that was increase, decrease. So we'll do the opposite of that on the launch control. After that's all done its thing, the turret controllers will turn back on after I've done some stuff with the rotors, just in case. So they can reset and reset, and then that one will decrease velocity. That's that one. That one will decrease velocity. That one will increase velocity. And then we can have them turn back on again. We'll grab some stuff here. Yeah. Right, let's get into a better position here. Take control of that. Bounce ourselves out of it. There you go. To be honest, those rotors might be moving a little bit too quick. What do I do with the rotors? Well, they're only doing 6. Well, I can't make them any slower than that. Yeah, that'll have to be that. Unfortunately, you can only go in intervals of 6 RPM with the commands. Could, though, make the hinges move a bit quicker, maybe. See what that does. We'll see if it makes the whole thing explode or do weird stuff. What we got? Wing hinges. They are increasing. Let's try and keep these commands compact for now. So I'll add 2 more into there. And what did we do with that? Decrease. 2 more of them in there. What's it like when it goes faster? That's a bit better. Not too fast. There's a tiny bit of wobble in there, but I think that is... oh no. Show no tensor is on. I don't want to put it in there. Yeah, that'll have to do. Right, so that can now fold up its wings and deactivate stuff when it comes into land. And it can deploy it all when it takes off. So, more controls it's going to need. What controllers has it got so far? It has got a controller to do the battery storage, so when it gets too low it will come back and recharge when we get around to building that. It's got the controller to deploy the landings. That might as well just be landing straight up, because it now does quite a lot of other stuff. So I need another controller to make everything turn on and off when it connects down to another grid. So I need at least one more event block, and I'm going to use that gap. I may as well stick another one on the other side because I'll probably need another one for something else later. Right, so that can be controller docking. Right, this is where we need to think about control systems and stuff now. Go off. Yeah, we've actually got a name for that now, haven't we? So... no. Actually, I don't even need that group anymore, do I? Because I've got... actually, you know what? We'll keep it. Just in case. That's that. That's the defensive block that's sitting on the back. That's an ammo sorter. That's an ammo sorter. That needs to be whitelist only, and only Gatling ammo. That's going to drain all. And take every last bit of Gatling ammo it can get its hands on until the thing's full. We'll worry about that stuff later. So, where's that docking control? There it is. Where's our connector? There it is. That's going to be our connector for this weird little drone. And that is going to get, or is going to trigger this event controller. So when it connects to something, it is going to turn on and off. All of the thrusters. First things first, when it clamps down, it turns off all the thrusters. Oh, in fact, actually, we need to sort out the control systems group, because that is going to incorporate quite a lot of this stuff. That is going to control that and that. It won't need to do that because they are being controlled by the combat mode turning on and off. So I don't want to turn them on prematurely. They can stay on. That can all do that. That can all do that. That's sensor, I think. Not sure what that rotor is. I need to have a look at that. What else needs to turn on and off? That needs to turn on and off. So does that. And then all of the thrusters. And that should deactivate everything or anything that might cause us some problems. When we dock. And over he goes. Because subgrids always do strange things. Right. So, this was quite janky still, wasn't it? I'm not sure what I can do about that. Now, that could do with being on for a start. I'm not locked into that. Let's have that locked into that angle and take all the RPM out. Take everything out of it. In theory, it doesn't actually need to move. That will cause too many problems if it's... Oh. Yeah, I need to spin that, don't I? What's that like? Not too janky. What if we change the torque settings a little bit? Yeah, it seems a little bit more solid. And that's on that angle, and that can still retract back through there. Yeah, that's fine. Right, you go back up. Then eventually we'll set up some controls, so when that gets all the way up there, that will automatically spin round. Before I do anything daft, I'm going to save. Oh, sorry AJ, I didn't see your message there. What's that? Being your son, but also watching. Oh, cheers, man. Yeah, I've been... I want to do stupid things with this. And I've done retracting platform setups before. I've got quite an old video of a Cowboy Bebop setup that I did that I never ended up publishing. I need to go back to it eventually. But it had a big, like, landing pad thing built into the deck of the Bebop to store the hammerhead. There is a video of it on my YouTube channel. Quite an old one, so you'd have to go a bit of a way back to find it. Right, so that can come down here. That can fold up. We can get ourselves in a better position so we can see what we're actually doing. All the dusting and smoke doesn't help, but I don't really know where else to put the thrusters. So that can come down there, and then we would lock down there. Then if we... That absolutely did not turn anything off when that locked down. Well, docking connector connected. That one, when connected. Oh! It's because I was rambling too much and didn't actually get it to do anything. Control systems off when it docks, control systems on when it unlocks. There we go. That's the way of getting it to not clang out and do mad stuff. Oh, and there he goes. He's off to do his AI thing. Cool, right. So, he's going to float about for a bit. Oh, what's that? You're off to eat dinner now, though. Look forward to the next stream. Oh, cheers, man. I'm probably going to do a bit longer, so I'll be here for a little bit. But, yeah, cheers, man. See you next time. Glad to have you. Right, so he can float about now. Pretty well. Let's bring the sun back up a bit so we can all see what's going on. He is just going to quite happily float around the patrol here for now. So I will probably do another hour, why not? And see if I can't build some of this landing dock stuff. So I'm going to have another quick little break. I'll be back again in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you soon. Yeah, back in 5. Right, there we go. I am back. Right, so now that we've got something that can fly and can activate and deactivate its weapons, and I'm going to need to recharge, so let's go back to the base. The next step, go on to that one. I need to add a. Well, I know what I can use that other controller for. I need to have a battery full controller to activate the drone again once it is fully recharged, and I've already got the battery low controller to deactivate it, well, to bring it back to base when it's low on power. Speaking of which, what are you up to right now? Oh, you'll be fine though, won't you, at the moment, because I'll give you the extra reactors. Right, so let's go into you. That last event controller. The controller. Battery full. And when its main battery fills all the way up, it will eventually trigger some stuff. But we'll think about that in a minute. Right, so, oh yeah, another thing that I needed to add to this. When it docks, I needed to put the battery onto recharge. And I also needed to take it off recharge again. So we'll put that there. And make the control systems turn on there. Yeah. That way it deactivates and puts the battery on recharge when it connects, and when it disconnects, first thing it does is take the battery off recharge and put it, turn up everything back on again. Yes, I think that's the way to do it. At least for now, anyway. Sure I've done something wrong, and the game will tell me later on. Right, so when the battery gets low, what we'll want it to do is activate the GPS, and that is going to take the mech back, take the drone. Oh, just let me control it. Thank you. And that will automatically take our drone back to base. There we go. Where did we build the landing platform? Which side are we on? We are at the back. Yeah, there it is. So yeah, then the drone is going to come back in, and then it is going to fly down, hopefully not smash into anything. Should hopefully have enough room to move, and then it will come all the way down here. Oh, that was a pretty good shot considering the angle I was on. And then when it gets down there, it will lock on. So now, I'm just going to turn the thrusters off completely, so it's as low as it can possibly be. And then we need to make some GPS locations, because this block is going to be the block that brings us back to the base. Hopefully. So we can... Oh, first thing we're going to need to do is I need to make a beacon on here, because I want to use relative beacon waypoints, and I have found it's a lot easier to put a beacon on the grid that you want it to fly down to, rather than trying to get it to fly down there based on a waypoint relative to that beacon that's all the way up there and on a separate grid. It caused me all kinds of grief getting those drones over there to land properly doing it that way. So, we need a beacon on here. That's plenty of space, isn't it? Take that out. And I will just stick... Oh, I always forget that. They're in there. Now, I'll just have a little beacon poking out there, like I've done with the other landing pads. And I will have a... Where is it? A relay on the pad itself as well. And that way, I've got a separate control for doing... for launching and recalling that drone, because that is pretty much the way that... Which foot is it? Where am I? There we are. That is pretty much how the lifts work. That button is triggering a relay, which triggers all of these actions and calls that back down. And that relay is ultimately triggering the same timer that all of these buttons are triggering as well. And that's just using some relative waypoints to fly up here and then push into there. Just about locks into place most times. Sometimes it's a bit wonky. And that deploys like that. So I'm planning to do the same kind of thing with these drones. Just the opposite way around, obviously, flying up rather than dropping down. But these little drop pods I made working pretty well now. And they've also got a controller in them to recall them when their battery runs low, which is that one there. So when it runs out of power, it will, or when it gets close to running out of power, it should fly back up and recall itself. But it's got plenty of power on it, so I'll just leave it there and see if it does it. So we are over here. So we can call this Wing Drone Platform Beacon Front Left 01. That needs to be shorter, that's way too long of a name. Let's call it Wing Drone Beacon. There we go. So that can be that. Oh, right, I've named that so I can fill that gap in, can't I? Put that back. Oh, right, that's that gap filled back in. Right, so, the wing drone. We can now mess about. We're trying to make the AI controls for this. So we want to use this relative, the reference beacon menu, wing drone front left 0, 1. That's the one. So if we've got this selected, we should now record waypoints relative to that beacon that's in the floor. So we'll add one right there. Turn that on as well. And that should be right where we want to be when we come into land. So we can turn our thrusters back on. That's actually quite strong. Let's lock on so I can see what I'm doing. Take control again. And if we fly up a decent bit so we've got some clearance of the building itself, try and level off a bit. Try and keep it as flat as we can. And we can add another waypoint. So now we've got one down there and one up here. I'll turn that AI on. Turn that AI on. UPS, go back to that. Press play. Go there, and then not try very hard. Movement block, precision mode, collision off, that might be the issue. BPS, AI. There we go, and that can fly down there. Yeah, so we need to reverse them for a start. Reverse the order of that. Click play again. That's moving to waypoint 2, and then it'll come down to waypoint 1. And then we can program it to disable its thrusters when it gets to waypoint 1, and then it'll drop down the last few feet. That's flying like that because it's got precision mode on. If we take precision mode off, it should launch a bit quicker. Especially if we put collision mode on when it launches as well, because it'll try and fly away up as best as it can. But we want them the opposite way around when it comes into land. And then it can do, again, something like that. So, on that waypoint, we would like it to disable its thrusters. Let's turn the movement block back off. Let's fly away over here, something like that. Oh, hey Jack Riggs, how you doing, man? So we can fly him back over there. We can turn his AI movement back on. We can turn his GPS back on. So he should then fly over to that first waypoint. And what are you going to do after that? You're going to turn around properly, are you, to face the right direction? Thank you very much. Because I'm pretty sure the waypoints that you make with the GPS lock, there we go, and he's landed, they actually take pitch and angle and stuff into account. Or at least I hope they do. It seems to work like that. So, yeah, then that could lock down there, and then we can make some controls up there to detect this connector being ready to lock, and then that can lock that down, and that can turn itself off. And then we'd need to set up the battery controls. Yeah. Let me control it, for God's sake. What was meant to be on here? All sorts of stuff that needs changing. Let's not worry about that too much right now. We'll need to totally rebuild that anyway, so let's just have a toggle there to turn that back on. And have a button to turn that on and off. And a button to play that. So I turn that off and take control again. I might need to make that connector a little bit weaker. It's a bit strong. Right. What's next then? What's next? We need to think about these battery controls. What did I do with the solar drone? Where are you? There you are. Because you've got the same setup, so when your battery gets low, you turn that off. That's a good start. Turn that off. That's getting activated by something else anyway, so I won't worry about that. And then we turn the AI on for that, then we play it, and then we swap that over. And that's the actual control, isn't it? And that brings us back. And then when the battery is full again, what we do is turn on the control systems and turn on the AI control. And that's about it, really. And that should handle most of it for us. Sound. Okie doke. So, wind drone. Battery controls. When you get lower than 15, so that's what we did with the other one, so we'll go with that for now. When you get too low, you will deactivate your guard AI. We will also turn off the offensive AI just as a failsafe. We won't be turning that back on anyway. And what was the other thing? We should probably turn that off as well. Because otherwise that will still try and trigger the weapon AI, and we don't want it trying to fight stuff when it's trying to fly back to refuel. So we do all of that, and then we will turn that AI on, and we will play. And then that should bring us back to the base when we start to run out of power. Speaking of power, what's the battery like at the moment? on half power. That's enough to test ideas out for now, right? Let's get rid of them. Let's give it some space. Wing drone. Right. Bombs away. So you've actually got a reasonable amount of flight time. So you probably won't have to dock again as often as the others, so you're at 55%. You'll last 30 minutes, apparently 29 minutes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because you're ticking down at a reasonable speed, so if we make that 54, have it switched on. Oh, hang on. There's a bunch of stuff that's not on. I have to change that. Let's turn that on. Let's leave that on, that on, that on, that on. AI on. That can do that, so it's following its regular route and doing what it should be anyway. Then we can go to battery low. We'll change that to 53. So in a couple of seconds it should trigger and we'll see what happens. And nothing happened. Oh, wait, what? Battery, that's set on. That did not do it. Oh, because I turned the backing thing off. Good. Oh, there we go. It's ticked over. There you go, that's all off. That's all on. That's triggering. It is flying into position. What's it doing now? It's coming in. Turn the right way. Well done. Very proud of you. And it has wrapped into place. Cool. So then we can eventually set up a control that makes it dock automatically. We'll do that up there. And then the big battery on that. It'll be that one. That looks like it's charging. That will be fully charged in 9 minutes. Cool. Right, so when that fully charges, this is this one here, and gets to 100%. We want it to... what do I want it to do? I might actually just want it to switch lock. Because the docking control, let's name that properly, is that when that disconnects, turns on the control systems. So we could have it that when the control systems turn back on, that will turn the AI blocks back on, and we can have it so that it specifically turns back on these two when it disconnects, so we can have it turn on the AI or that, just to make sure. Oh, wrong one. Because the AI will all get swapped over and confused when it's doing stuff, so this way I can make sure that the AI controls that I want to turn on will turn on. And we can do that, and we can do that. And we would need to take precision mode off and put collision mode back on. Hopefully that will make it fly away and avoid smashing into the walls. That'll be right. Yeah. Okay. Double check what I did with the battery low controller. Let's just turn it off. That, and that. Oh yeah, I need to turn AI defense AI. The defensive blocks AI back on. That's what I need to do. So when that docks, I need to make sure that AI defensive blocks AI comes back on as well. That can turn off, that can turn on. Bum, bum, bum. Oh yeah, GPS. So, when you get to there, I want you to turn collision mode off, I think. Or collision avoidance off. Did I do that here, or did I do that there already? Oh, hey, Greynall. They remind you of a dragonfly or a wyvern or something. Oh, yeah, they kind of are, I suppose. Right, so that does AI behaviour. That does all of them. Right, okay. That's gone quite far while I've been rambling. Let's make that. Oh yeah, so what we were going to do is essentially just have that unlock that theory. That's all it needs to do, is unlock that, and it should turn everything else on. So if I make the battery level 86 for now, in a few seconds it should trigger it, hopefully. We'll see what happens. There we go, it has launched. It is trying to stay away from there. And he's off and about doing things. Okay. That's a good start. So his Offensive AI is on, his offensive is off because that's controlled by the defensive block. He's obviously following his pattern. Now that's done all the things it's supposed to do from the look of it. That's unlocked that. Docking control. Disconnecting has turned that on. It's turned collision avoidance on. Precision mode is off. Guard and movement are both on. Control systems are all on. Cool. Right. So that means it can launch fairly well. So if we make that 80 again, let's see what it does when it tries to fly back. There you go. It's gone below 80, so that has triggered the return controls. It's flying back, everything else is off. Doing strange things. What are you doing? I'm getting there eventually. Come on. You can do it. Is your collision detection still on? Is that why you're having a hard time? Oh, no, you're doing it. You're doing it. You're doing it. And you came in quite quick. But, there you go. He's landed. And then, again, we can set up some controls to make him auto-lock. That's turned everything off that could make him do weird stuff while he's on the landing bay. Everything's turned off that can be. He should sit there charging. And yeah, I'll bring that back. I'll make it 82. It's going to be a bit close. We'll test that launching again. When it gets to 82%, it should trigger everything again. Up there, off he goes. He tries his best not to smash into the side of that. Very good, very well done. Okie dokie. Right, so that looks like he is flying nicely now. And taking off and landing, so we can set the full battery back to 100. Has that ticked over? Yeah, your collision avoidance is still on, that's why you're having a bit of a hard time. Oh, there you go. It's turned off when you got to there. I'd rather you struggled for a bit and smash yourself, but you're coming in a little bit hot there. Might need to change some of those settings. Might need to try and reduce his speed limit when he comes in. But he is making his way down, close enough to lock on and land. So I'm kind of happy with that. So, next I need a controller to automatically detect when that can connect to something and lock it down But in the meantime, just before it tries to do anything, take off again. Now that that is landed, the idea in my head is that that will then reverse around like so, and then the whole thing can squeeze down there like that, hopefully. Oh, that looks like it's got plenty of room, and then eventually these doors will all close up over the top and keep the whole thing covered. And then eventually I'll build a mechanism that will start with those doors opening, and then that piston deploying, and then and then when that piston and then when that piston gets to its maximum extension, the platform and then spin around, and then the drone will be ready to deploy. Oh, thruster. Battery. Aim at the battery, there we go. Right. So, he should sit there and charge, and when he needs to recharge, he will fly back. And I need to try and figure out a way hiding those thrusters a little bit. I might make the wings not quite fold up as high. But for now, I need a event controller. I've done all this stuff, that's all the platform controls for the drop pods, so that's all good. Don't have to fiddle with that. Oh, I forgot to put a little sound block on there. Right, so I'm gonna need an event controller either side. And I'm going to end up building 4 of these platforms, so let's have 1, 2, 3 and 4 of them. As we'll need them later. Right, so that can be oh, actually, I know a better way of doing this that'll look a little bit nicer. Take that one out. We'll have 2 like that. Because we're also going to need a couple of timers. Controller, what do I call it? Windrun. Docking. It's going to have to be front left 01. There's going to be 4 of them in the end. And that can be docking reset. So we're going to have this timer lock down that drone and then turn itself off. And then that timer will turn that drone back on, that controller back on again once the drone has launched. Because if we leave this controller on the way I'm going to set it up, it will permanently lock down that drone and we will never get it loose. Just get caught in an infinite loop of trying to lock itself down. Oh, there we go. Good timing. He's recharged. And as he off on his merry way. Going to try not to smack into that. That's very good of you. Collision avoidance is kind of doing its thing. Yeah, you can sit there for all I care for the minute. So that can be M-base 03. Oh, off he goes. Wing drone connector. Oh, right, off he goes. He should come back in a few minutes. And probably land on our heads. So we'll end up building all sorts of other stuff, like sirens and lights and things that indicate that he's coming back. Right, so... wing drone bits. We've got that controller. That controller is going to be connector ready to lock. It's going to look at this connector right here, and when it locks, it is going, when it detects something, it is going to lock itself down. And it is also going to turn that controller off. Like I said before, it'll create an infinite loop of trying to lock that connector down. And when it is no longer connected to anything, it will turn on and start that timer. And that timer, for now, we'll leave it on 5 seconds. To be honest, we could put it on more, just to be safe. Put it on 10. Just in case the drone decides to hang around a little bit too long. Ooh, speaking of the devil, I think it just flew over my head. So when that timer eventually triggers, what it's going to do is turn this back on again. So the next time the drone comes into dock, the event controller will be ready to lock that connector back down. And this timer is also going to turn itself off once it's performed that action, so that it can't accidentally be triggered again. Cool. Right, I think that is the basics of what I need to make that work. M-base 03. Wing drone relay FL01. Call that. Wing drone beacon FL01. Yeah. M-base 03. We'll fiddle with that nonsense later. Right, so where has our little drone gone? There he is. Right, how are you getting on? You seem to be doing alright. Let's turn that sensor field off. How's your battery getting on? I think 2, so that's going to try and land again in a minute. So let's put that back down to something more reasonable, so we can get a bit of flight time out of him while I tinker. Let's take that, rename some of this stuff. That's R01. That's that. That's that. That's a camera. That's a controller that seems to be working pretty well. So we'll name all the stuff that we know is pretty much working. Landing sensor, launch control, they all work pretty well. I don't have any problems with the legs yet. What's that rotor? Oh yeah, that's the tail rotor, isn't it? AI defense rotor. That, we don't want that to be able to move at all. We want that locked in place at the back. Don't want it to have any force, any torque, anything. Just want it to sit there. We've got solar panels, we've sorted them out. Not that they needed much sorting out. Turret rotors and everything else is named except for wing hinge. Right, so anything invisible there? No, cool. We'll call that wing drone. Distinguish that a little bit better. That could be 01A. Right, so he is more or less sorted out for a look of it. So for now, while I test things, because I haven't even remotely begun to think about how I'm going to conveyor all of this stuff, I'm just going to stick a little bit of uranium, and I haven't got Gatling ammo on me, have I? Let's pop some Gatling ammo in there, so when he comes to lock down, he should. The reactors should automatically grab a little bit of uranium to fill themselves up. And then the sorters in the arms, or the wings, should pull all the ammunition and fill the guns, fill the ammo containers, and fill themselves. And I don't know if they'll end up leaving that full of ammo as well, but we'll find out. Right, so let's turn his battery control back down so we can trigger him. Put it on 68, because that's pretty close. And then we'll see what we're definitely doing something. Data supplied. That not trigger. Oh, it didn't, did it? Oh, it did. Just being done. What are you doing? There we go. There we go. I think because I renamed the beacon it was getting a bit confused. Yeah, I definitely need to change that speed. You came in way too hot then. And missed by miles. Yeah, I definitely need to try and... There we go. Reduce his speed when he comes into land. Oh, it's like you making crashing sounds again. Yeah, because these ones, when they come into land, they don't come in quite as hot as that one. What speed are you moving, Mr. Solar Drone? We're moving the same. Maybe minimum altitude had something to do with it. Not sure. Because they don't come in quite as hot. They slow down a bit before they land. But anyway, right, who's sitting there charging? Oh yeah. Oh, there we go. Inventory full. Cool. So that's filled that. Inventory on the gun. Empty. Oh, is that because it's switched off? It won't pull anything while it's off. That's not a massive issue. That's why that's there. I don't want them firing by in any way, shape or form. So that can pull ammo for that, and then when the whole thing turns off, that can just feed it. I'm happy with that way. And if necessary, I can just add more ammo containers. If we want more bullets in it. Stop. That was a stupid idea. Where is the... There we go. Right. Oh yeah, I want to add some lights to it. Battery controls. Indicate when it's full or when it's empty, which means I need to change the colour of that landing light, which isn't a massive problem. Right. Batteries at 100%. Really? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong thing. It's fine. What do I want to change then? We will now put that back down to 15 so we know that works properly. Landing light. That's the one that needs to change. That one there. want to change that to that, and I want to make it that colour instead. Because I want to put some lights in somewhere to indicate the battery charge level. Oh yeah, now that we've folded up and back on here, I can do a little bit of the greebling. Oh hey Jack Riggs. Oh, new update coming in October, is it? Sweet. That is very good news. I like it when we get updates and new blocks and new things to play with. Sweet, thanks for telling us that, man. I was wondering when the new update was going to drop. They've done a lot of talking about it recently, so I knew it was only a matter of time, really. Yeah, we can't do anything with that nicely though, can we? Let's do something like that instead. Yeah, cool. I'll have to go and have a look at the finer details of that update at some point. Probably do it when I'm done with this stream. Yeah, I'll do that with the legs. I quite like the look of that. What was it doing? Mirror mode. There we go. There we have that there. And that there. Oh yes, there's a new small grid jump drive. I've heard, no, warp drive, jump drive, call it whatever you want, it's the same thing. We all know what you mean. I have heard that that is going to be like a proto-tech only thing or something. Heard something about it only being obtainable by encountering proto-tech stuff or something. But to be honest, as someone that spends most of the time, oh god, off he goes. Right, well he works, and he will happily just take off when we're in the middle of doing stuff. Yeah, you need to be a bit more careful about that, don't you? He's trying his best not to crash into the wall. Say that and he crashes straight into the wall. Yeah, I jinxed it, didn't I? Yeah. We might have to do something a little bit different with his guard mode settings. I might even... Oh, I could actually... replace his guard block with another relative, another GPS beacon full of relative waypoints. Then that way he could follow a more specific path when he launches. and the first waypoint could be directly above him. And then from here, he can just fly around. Like so. Because otherwise, every time he tries to do just random things generated by that, and the idle movement AI settings, he's just going to occasionally do stuff like that where he's trying to get to a point that's directly through the mech and he doesn't know how to get around it. So I could try that instead. No, let's make a little copy. I'm going to take you, and I've run out of back in energy again. Oh yeah, there's nothing to apologise for about getting excited, dude. Don't worry about that. Can't build, have to salvage and repair. Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah. To be honest, being a mech builder, I don't really use jump drives very often. I'm glad other people are excited about them, because small grid jump drives are definitely something that kind of needs to be a vanilla thing one way or the other. There's lots of good mods that do it, but it kind of does need to be vanilla. I am mostly interested to see just generally what interesting new shapes of blocks we get. Unless there's some revolutionary new, like, computer parts or anything like that, I'm mostly just interested in seeing what new shapes we get. I want more small grid truss pieces. I want more of these in small grid. Different shapes, different sizes, different lengths. That's what I really, really, really want. So this wing drone. Oh, what's that? You're at hard foot to only going to space for roids and or planet hop. Yeah, like I said, being a mech kind of builder, I don't really do a massive amount in space. Unless I feel like making a weird spaceship with moving parts. Like if I'm in a bit of a Cowboy Bebop mood or something. I do still. What's that? I think there are more coming in the updates. Yeah, there's always a few new, like, cosmetic blocks and things like that with every update. I'm just curious to see what's actually going to be included and what the new pieces are actually going to be. Because, yeah, every time they add something new, I can make use of it in some strange way, usually, somehow. Right, there we go. Right, let's take you over here. What was I even planning to do? Right, you give me the backup for later in case everything goes tits up. You... come here. There we go. Do this to me every time, Space Engineers. I hate the fact that the on and off button for the blocks sits directly behind those controls. So if you click it too quickly, you can turn off the antenna, which is the first thing it drops you into when you try and control something remotely. It's really irritating. I'd really, really like it if they take this panel here and stick it here and swap it around so you can't actually accidentally press these buttons and then immediately get dropped into the control panel and press other things by mistake. But that's just a personal gripe. See, that's what I mean. Nearly did it again. AI control off, please. Thank you. Right. So, that guard block. I'm thinking of actually cutting it out and replacing it with another GPS block that does relative waypoints. Where the hell is it? It's in there. Oh, it's in such an awkward place. Can I get to it with a grinder? This is the right one, isn't it? Yeah, go. What's that? They are including one more truss block. Yeah, I've seen a few things about little truss blocks and stuff. Yeah, to start at least. Yeah, I hope they add more. Myself, like I said, the more blocks we've got to play with, the better. Right, so that can come out of there. And then we can turn that into another task block recorder. There we go. Then that can be AI unit patrol, and that way when it launches it'll be following a specific path rather than just randomly flying about and trying to smash into walls and stuff. The only problem is doing it this way is we have to actually set it up with some controls. Oh, there goes my internet connection. Please come back. What are you doing, internet? There we go. Bloody internet connection. Right. So, in that case, we then need to, like I was saying, give it some specific controls and locations. Don't crash on me. Don't die. Come on. Thank you. Right, have you gone back to normal again? Cool. So, yeah, that's about close enough to centre for now. So, first location, we could have it fly up and forwards a little bit. And it could fly up and steer and be clear of there. I'll just deal with that other block. Oh, I called it patrol, that's why. Idiots. Right, there we go. Right, so that patrol block is going to follow waypoints relative to the main base beacon rather than the platform, because the platform might get retracted while this thing's in operation and all that kind of stuff. So if we do it off the main beacon, we can add one waypoint there, and that'll be the start of our little patrol route. Then we could have it fly forward a bit. Out here, doesn't need to be massively far away. And we can add a second waypoint. Do 1, 2. Do something out here. And they can change height and things like that. In fact, actually, I can put that on my toolbar, add a waypoint, and if I put that on, I see the waypoints, block active. I bet they're only active when the AI is active, aren't they? Just to annoy me. Why can't I see those waypoints? Why can't I see those waypoints? That's on. That's on. Oh, why being a dick? Fine, whatever, we'll just have to guess. Well, another one over here. Someone's crashing into something. I'm not quite sure what it is. Add another waypoint. What is that crashing sound? Oh. You've dropped to the floor. You fell over, that's why. I'm not sure why it's not showing me those second waypoints. Oh, whatever. As long as you're recording them. 1, 2, 3, so over there. 4. We'll fly over here a bit. And do a 6. And maybe a 7 there. Can't see where I'm going now. Oh, we're flying right up into the air. That's probably a bit daft, but bring it down a bit. All that 7, all that 8. One, two, three, four. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I didn't record one. Why won't you show the path on my HUD? Oh, you know what? We'll just go with what I've done there. See what happens. So AI patrol. Turn the movement back on. The AI is back on. That one can be turned off, and actually no, we'll leave it on and just play that. Collision avoidance is on. 30 meters a second. Where are you going? I have to copy and paste you back into the game so I can get an accurate reading of what you're doing, because you're not telling me anything. Ah, there you go. Moving to recorder waypoint 1. Looking at the wrong block. Right, it's not going there. Right, that's done waypoint 1, that's done waypoint 2. Cool. What are you doing? Where are you going now? Movement control. It'd be nice if you'd actually show me the waypoints. For some reason you don't want to show me the waypoints. So I am going to cut and paste you back in. See if that makes a difference. What am I missing that won't let me see those AI waypoints? That is all on, that is all on. That is all on. To ensure you have this enabled, show AI functions and have an antenna connection on the grid. I do. And it is on. Oop. And my game is lagging, saving, crashing. There you go, that's on. Don't need that on. Don't need that on anymore. You seem to be getting stuck at that location though, don't you? What are you doing? Moving to waypoint 3. No, you're not. There you go, let's reset that. That so we can't get too close to the ground. Collision avoidance causing problems. Yeah, it is, but I don't think it crashed. I'm not careful. Why won't you show me? It is connected. It is switched on. I have got that. recorded. The antenna is on, broadcasting is on, ship name is on. I'm not sure why it's being a pain. Oh, whatever. Oh, press the wrong button. That's the one. What's on idle settings? Nope, I can't figure out why it won't show me the GPS paths that I've recorded, even though I've got everything switched on that should be switched on. Just being a dick for some reason. But at least it's flying about and doing something. Where are you trying to go? Yeah, you should just tick through all of them. And then, for some reason, you don't seem to have to fly any further. What are you doing? Why do you keep coming all the way back over this side and not just flying over there? You just keep doing that on a loop. Moving to recorder waypoint, finding path vertex. Right. Let's delete all of that. Let's start again. Right, what do we need to do? AI control off for a start. So, when we launch off there, we are going to fly straight up. We are going to be well away from the base. Right, so we're going to try this again. So I hit number 9. I should have recorded another waypoint relative to the main base beacon. That could be number 1. That can be number 2. That can be number 3, hopefully. Number 4. Let's just double check that. Yep, 4. Five. 6. And we'll do 7, like that. Right. So, AI control, back on. That, AI on, play. Moving to waypoint 1. See how that behaves. Well, you're not behaving very well, are you? Why are you, guess what? Giving me shit this time. Repeat pattern. AI on. Play. No one told you to turn off. Set to repeat. Right, there we go. That seems to be actually flying somewhere near where it's meant to be. Moving to waypoint 2. Why is this struggling so much? Collision avoidance shouldn't be an issue, it's miles away from anything. How have you fallen over? Again? I left you. Oh, that's why. You're being a dick. Right, just sit on the floor. There you go. Why are you struggling with basic AI controls? What is wrong with you? Is that being on conflicting in any way? No. You are not trying to get to waypoint 3. I can see you sitting there, struggling to figure it out. Why is it such a challenge for you? Maybe this idea is not going to work as well. Because for some unknown reason, you are just sitting there being an idiot, not doing anything. changing your pitch and your roll does not make the slightest bit of difference. Come on, dumbass, just work. Nope, I don't think this is going to work properly. He seems to struggle to get to his relative waypoints. That is just annoying. Come on, you can find them. It's really easy. We planned it all out, step by step. And then as soon as you try and get to number 3, you can't figure out what you're doing anymore. And for some reason, you just decided to do that. Is it because the battery's empty? Yes, it's because the battery's empty. You know what? Smeg that idea. It's not working. And I've been doing this, oh bloody hell, for 6 hours now, so I'm going to wrap this up here. This is pretty much the longest stream I've ever done so far, so... yeah, hang on. Off you go. Yeah, it's following relative way, just following the beacon. Instead of screwing around. Back on that, just to make sure. Back on there. Yeah, and we can't even just take the Wander When Idle off. And he will just fly out. Hopefully to a certain range. Stay away. Well, we can just leave that on and hope for the best. Well, let's get him to land one more time. He's going to land pretty soon anyway. So we'll try that and see if that's still working properly. There we go, looks like he's coming into land. Maybe. He's going somewhere, doing something. There we go. When he's come in, he's turned around. He's still coming in too hot. He's still coming in way too hot. He's bouncing off that before he gets a chance to connect to it. But it's close enough for now. Yeah, it's close enough for now. So we'll leave it at that for the moment. And next time, I will build some more drones. How's the battery on this thing working actually before I knock off? That's still got plenty of power in it, but we'll take it back up anyway. Go, that can lock us back into place quite nicely. There we go. And that's us back in the base, and then at some point I need to figure out conveying to get to these platforms. And I'm going to have some kind of access to them from here. So there'll be a little drone bay type thing there. And we need to work on making you come in a little bit slower. You get very excited flying in very, very quickly. A bit too quickly. But we can tinker with that next time. So, I'll leave it at that for now. I'm gonna go to bed, or first, then go to bed, and I will see you all next time for some more. What was that? I'll see you all next time for some more stupid stuff and weird Mac nonsense. So, cheers for watching, cheers for chatting, and goodbye for now.